There we go. Now I've actually plugged in my microphone so you can hear me. Welcome to this bizarre live stream where I will be reading Symbolic Exchange and Death by Jean Baudrillard, with a preface by Nicholas Gain. I'm gonna skip the damn preface. It's always goldsmiths. I almost went there, but I'm glad I didn't, because they're incredibly pretentious. Documents, symbolic. I need to learn if the word symbolic has two L's in it before I start writing. Symbolic Exchange Notes.txt. Here, let's do it like this. I hate XFCE. I'm gonna leave. I'm leaving XFCE. I've gotta do this at some fucking point. This shit sucks, man. I gotta switch to a tiling window manager. Look how laggy it is to like actually... I'm sure you can change that. Well, whatever. And this is just gonna be a lot of copying and pasting. So like, for example, this first line, I feel like this is very important. We're just gonna put it right there. Boom. Of course, the symbolic haunts modern social institutions in the form of their own death. Indeed, the symbolic no longer rules these social forms. How's it going, guys? This is not a joke. We're doing this. Oh wait, I need to put Discord onto streamer mode, so I don't get my messages popping up and you guys reading my private messages. Streamer mode. Enable streamer mode. Okay, good. Now I have to decide whether I'm gonna read this out loud or not. I think not. I've got to read a whole book, so I don't want to read a whole book out loud. You guys can just read along in your own time. I'm sure this is the least... Listen here, guys. This is not a joke. Number one, this is not a joke. Number two, that's all I have to say on that matter. Indeed, since the symbolic no longer rules these social forms, they experience it only as this haunting, as a demand forever blocked by the law of value. Even though a certain idea of revolution has, since Marx attempted to find a way past the law of value, it long since became a revolution in accordance with the law. Even psychoanalysis gravitates around this haunting, which it fends off while at the same time circumscribing it within an individual unconscious, thus reducing it under the law of the father to the obsessional fear of castration and the signifier, always the law. However, beyond the topologies in economics, both libidinal and political, gravitating around a materialist or desiring production on the stage of value. Here we're doing references. This is the classic French thing. This is reference other guys without ever saying you're referencing them. So we got Freud here. We got whoever did libidinal economy, was that Derrida, I think. We got Marx, we got Deleuze. So he's basically saying, listen, I'm better than all of those guys. This is a classic Baudrillard move. An outline of social relations emerges based on the extermination of value. This is what we want. This is what we need, guys. For us, the model of this relation harks back to primitive formations, but this radical utopia is slowly beginning to intrude at every level of contemporary society. This intoxicating revolt no longer has anything to do with the laws of history, nor even, but we will have to wait for a later stage for this to appear, since it is a recent fantasy, with the liberation of a desire. This is pretty fucking beast. This is pretty beast. I think this is something interesting, and it's something that I have bigger problems with. Not with Baudrillard, but with everyone else, as normal. One time before I had read this book, I was like, let me watch a lecture. You know what, I'm knocked. I was like, let me watch a lecture to like see what the book is about before I dig in. This is very normal. I like to prime myself by watching videos and lectures about a book before I read the book, and then I will go back and rewatch those lectures after I finish the book. So that when I'm reading the book, it's not just like throwing ideas that I have no understanding of at me. Like, I like to have a basic understanding from a lecture or something before I go in. And there's this YouTube channel called Theory and Philosophy. You know what? I can just show you. We're literally on the internet right now. I can just show you the video. Oh wait, maybe it's not Theory and Philosophy, but it's Baudrillard. I can't type, holy shit. Symbolic Exchange and Death. There we go. This one. I believe it's this one.
Hey everyone, back again. Today I want to talk about what Jean Baudrillard means by the notion of symbolic exchange and how he uses that term. But before jumping into that, if you want to follow me anywhere other than here, you can find me on Instagram at theory_and_philosophy, or on Twitter at David Guigno, if you're interested in that at all. If you're new here, welcome. I'm David. I try to explain philosophical texts and ideas in a way that makes them accessible, so that, to help you along your philosophical journey here. If you want to help me out, like, share, subscribe, easy enough to do, and it means a lot to me. If you want to help me out monetarily, you can do that via Patreon or PayPal. If you found this on YouTube, you'll be able to find the audio version.
Oh my god, get to the fucking point. Holy shit, man.
This particular episode or any other videos I put up, then you can
I hate this guy.
This in podcast form now. So, don't waste any more of your time with that. Let's jump into symbolic exchange. So there are two kind of big reasons I'm doing this. I was watching the Baudrillard Derrida debate, and if there's a lot of support for this video, then I'll cover that too. So drop likes, and then I'll, that'll incentivize me to do that.
Oh my god!
Baudrillard talks a lot about the symbolic and what the symbolic means for him. So that spurred my thinking about it and realizing I haven't done an episode on this term yet. Additionally, there are quite a few videos circulating that get this concept so unbelievably incorrect. Now, I'm not going to name names because that would be very rude, but if you watch a video that is trying to explain that currently we live in a world of symbolic exchange, or in the age of commodities or hyper-reality, somehow that demonstrates symbolic exchange, then you immediately turn off that video and burn your computer, because it's something wrong. Like, that is just so wrong. And it's not even wrong at like an interpretive level, it's wrong factually. Like,
this is what I have a problem with. Because he's going to say the first line is symbolic exchange is no longer the organizing principle of one society. Yeah, that's true. But look fucking here, bro. This radical utopia is slowly beginning to intrude at every level. So it does exist in a, like, what is bro talking about?
It's just simply wrong in terms of Baudrillard's work. Because all you need to do is read the very first line, literally the very first line of Symbolic Exchange and Death, in which he says, and I'm paraphrasing, but it goes pretty much like this: symbolic exchange is no longer the dominant mode of exchange today. It is gone. Symbolic exchange is gone.
That's not what he means. He said that he is bad at reading. This guy cannot read, because symbolic exchange is no longer the organizing principle of modern society, or what he said, the dominant mode of exchange, which he just made up, but like, regardless, you don't have to remember the exact quote, that's not a problem. But the point is, whether it's the organizing principle of modern society is not the same as saying, quote, it's gone.
The dominant mode of exchange today. It is gone. Symbolic exchange is gone. Now,
this idea that it's gone is nonsense. It's literally, all you have to do is read further in the first fucking paragraph, and you can see, but this radical utopia is slowly beginning to intrude at every level of contemporary society. It's happening, bro. I hate this video. This guy gets... this video also fucking sucks, by the way. Rick Roderick doesn't understand Baudrillard at all. These guys suck, man. You can't get any of this from these fucking guys. So it's no longer the organizing principle. However, it's beginning to intrude to society. There we go. That's my notes. How's it going, Glimpoy? I suspect that most people won't stick around for very long for the stream, because I'm just going to be reading a book, which is not super interesting content. But I don't know. I wanted to give it a try. Okay, so where were we? Yeah. In this light, other theoretical events such as Saussure's anagrams and Mauss's gift exchange assume cardinal importance. In the long run, I haven't actually read Saussure, so this is something that I'm super, super lacking in. In the long run, these hypotheses are more radical than Marx's or Freud's. This is a classic French theory move. They started this, well, actually Marx kind of started this, which is the more radical than thou argument. A theory is good because it is the most radical, which is very funny. And I don't know. Whose interpretations are censored by precisely their imperialism. I'm assuming this is not... I'm assuming this means imperialism. I'm not sure what the usage of this term is. I'm thinking like imperial measurements, right? Like this quantification in Marx and Freud. And I haven't read Freud. The anagrams or gift exchanges are not merely transitory phases within the disciplines of linguistics and anthropology, nor are they inferior forms compared to the vast machinations of the unconscious and the revolution. Here, one predominant form emerges from which Marxism and psychoanalysis, though they may not be aware of it, derive. This is interesting. This form is equally dismissive of political and libidinal economy, outlining instead a beyond of value, a beyond of the law, a beyond of repression, and a beyond of the unconscious. This is taking place here and now. Once again, this motherfucker theory and philosophy just ignoring this shit, right? When Freud proposes the theory of the death drive, this is the one theoretical event of the same order as the anagram and the gift, provided we radicalize it against Freud himself. Indeed, we must switch the targets of each one of these theories and turn mouse against mouse, Saussure against Saussure, Freud against Freud. The principle of reversibility, the countergift. This is a big Baudrillard concept. Okay, keep this in mind. I'm going to write it down. The principle of reversibility, the countergift. Against all economic... I'm just going to fucking copy paste this. Okay. Must be imposed against all economistic, psychologistic, and structuralist interpretations for which Mauss paved the way. The Saussure of the anagrams must be set against Saussurean linguistics, against even his own restricted hypothesis concerning the anagram. I don't know what the fuck Saussure the anagram is. Saussure... I'm misspelling this. The anagram. What is this? Okay, I don't know. How the fuck do you spell Saussure? Saussure anagram. Saussure's anagrams. Ferdinand de Saussure, blah 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 blah. Okay, maybe the Wikipedia page will have something on this. Otherwise, I'm 5 seconds away from asking ChatGPT. Okay, I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. What? This is how we do research in 2026, guys. What is Saussure anagrams? Alright, ChatGPT, don't let me down. I hate the way it talks. You're asking about Saussure's anagrams. This is a subtle, rather specialized topic. Okay, I don't care about this, bro. I know what the fuck this is. The anagram hypothesis. Some scholars, notably in the 20th century, explored the idea that Saussure, in his early notebooks, experimented with anagrams in historical linguistics. That is, he considered whether certain linguistic forms could be traced through the... Okay, this sounds like bullshit to me. This is... Yeah, I think... I think this ChatGPT fellow doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, because when I'm looking here, I'm seeing that there's literally a book by Saussure called Anagram. Anagrams. This looks like it's a book. Anagramme homérique. It's literally a book. So what the fuck? You can never trust ChatGPT, bro. You can't trust ChatGPT. Alright, well, I guess I'm just gonna not know what the fuck this guy's talking about. And it's fine. We'll wait until someone in chat can explain it to me. I'm gonna take a note of what the fuck are Saussure's anagrams. Wait, I should put that in quotes. Anagrams. Question. Okay. Okay, blah blah blah. The Freud of the death drive must be pitched against every previous psychoanalytic edifice and even against Freud's version of the death drive. At the price of paradox and theoretical violence, we witness, let's see, what's a less sloppy output? It's DuckDuckGo's service. What's DuckDuckGo's service? It just makes up shit sometimes when you all it, I'm assuming you meant ask, when you ask it about stuff that's obscure enough. It really does, and that's not the first time that's happened to me with trying to use it to research philosophy, because all I want is it to point me to a book. I don't want it to tell me what the fuck to think. I just want it to say, this is referencing this book. That's all I want, and then I can read the fucking book. Also use reasoning mode. I don't know, when you said it's DuckDuckGo's service, what were you referring to? Yeah, ChatGPT sucks. But DuckDuckGo also sucks. The whole ability to like search the internet is just gone at this point. So the price of paradox and theoretical violence, we witness that the three hypotheses describe in their own respective fields, but this propriety is precisely what the general form of the symbolic annihilates. Okay, so a functional principle sovereignly outside and antagonistic to our economic reality principle. Okay, so what he's setting up seems to be the three hypotheses. The three hypotheses are something like anagrams, the gift, and the death drive. Okay, and when you combine these two, when you think about these three things, it's going to annihilate our economic reality principle. Okay, everywhere in every domain, a single form predominates: reversibility, cyclical, reversal, and annulment put an end to the linearity of time, language, economic exchange, accumulation, and power. Hence, the reversibility of the gift in the countergift, the reversibility of exchange in the sacrifice, the reversibility of time in the cycle, the reversibility of production in destruction, the reversibility of life in death, and the reversibility of every term and value of language in the anagram. This is very important. I know I've said this before, but it's important. The reversibility is the thing for Baudrillard, and this is where he sort of establishes, this book is where he establishes it. Which I should say, I've skimmed this book before, but I've never sat down and read it cover to cover. Also, you may find my note-taking system is very bad. It is what it is. In every domain, it assumes the form of extermination and death, for it is the form of the symbolic itself, neither mystical nor structural. The symbolic is inevitable. The reality principle, I always imagine Baudrillard when he's writing, like this is just how he is the whole time, bro. Like, he doesn't care what he's saying as long as it's this. Like, this is all he fucking cares about is yeah, how bro wrote. This is Baudrillard. I'm gonna keep this this GIF here so that we can use it when appropriate. The reality principle corresponded to a certain stage of the law of value. Today, the whole system is swamped by indeterminacy, and every reality is absorbed by the hyperreality of the code and simulation. Based AF, indeed. Welcome to the stream, Death Under 38 Meters. We are reading this whole book, guys. The principle of simulation governs us now, rather than the outdated reality principle. We feed on those forms whose finalities have disappeared. No more. I need to plug my phone in. Sorry, I just got a low I have nudged the microphone. There you go. I just got a low battery notification. Give me 1 second. We feed on those forms whose finalities have disappeared. I don't know what the fuck this means. We feed on those forms. Oh, I assume... I don't know. No more... Oh, he's going to explain it. No more ideology, only simulacra. Okay, this is good. I agree with that. We must therefore reconstruct the entire genealogy of the law of value and its simulacra in order to grasp the hegemony and the enchantment of the current system. A structural revolution of value. This genealogy must cover political economy, where it will appear as a second-order simulacrum, just like all those that stake everything on the real of production, the real of signification, whether conscious or unconscious, okay? Capital no longer belongs to the order of political economy. It operates with political economy as its simulated model. The entire apparatus of the commodity law of value is absorbed and recycled in the larger apparatus of the structural law of value. Okay, I don't know what this means. I'm sure he's going to explain it later in the book. Thus becoming part of the third order of simulacra, see below. Political economy is thus assured a second life, an eternity, within the confines of an apparatus in which it has lost all of its strict determinacy, but maintains an effective presence as a system of reference for simulation. Okay, this is interesting. So he's saying political economy, the Marxian effort to determine the laws of political economy, the commodity law of value, no longer apply because capital no longer belongs to that order of political economy. It's only functioning as a simulated model, and therefore these laws no longer have determinacy. They only retain existence as a system of reference for simulation. Okay. It was exactly the same for the previous apparatus, the natural law of value, which the system of political economy and the market law of value also appropriated as their imaginary system of reference, nature. Nature leads a ghostly existence as use value at the core of exchange value. Okay. This is all making sense to me. Is this making sense to you? You can ask me questions. Leads a ghostly existence as use value. But on the next twist of the spiral, use value is seized as an alibi within the dominant order of the code. Each configuration of value is seized by the next in a higher order of simulacra. And each phase of value integrates the prior apparatus into its own as a phantom reference, a puppet reference, a simulated reference. Okay, so effectively what he's saying is, supposedly at least according to Marx, in the feudal mode of production was determined by use value for the most part, not exchange value. Then exchange value comes along during capitalism, and now use value is sort of under capitalism. Use value is sort of subsumed under exchange value, and exchange value is a kind of simulation of use value. And now what Baudrillard is saying is that under hyper-real capitalism, under our present system, that exchange value now is the thing which is being simulated. But in reality, we have this new thing, which I don't know if he called it something, the structural law of value, perhaps sign value, something like this. And sign value pretends to be exchange value. It looks like exchange value. It looks like it's simulating exchange value, but it's actually something. Okay, that's interesting. A revolution separates each order from its successor. These are the only genuine revolutions. We are in the third order, which is the order no longer of the real, but of the hyperreal. It is only here that theories and practices, themselves floating and indeterminate, can reach the real and beat it to death. Okay, so we want to beat the real to death. Like stocks, it's like stocks. So the idea is that exchange value followed. If you remember, he was talking about these political laws, right? The law, the commodity law of value, right? Like, and these rationality. You know, the idea that you can do economics. Basically, you can do economics, and you can trace out a rational economic system where with supply and demand and exchange value and that sort of thing, right? That used to exist, but no longer exists, basically. The market is just completely detached from reality. There you go. So yeah, like stocks, like how, you know, it's all just betting on random shit happening, pretty much. Contemporary revolutions are indexed on their immediately prior state of the system. On the immediate prior, okay. They were buttressed by a nostalgia for the resurrection of the real in all its forms. That is, as second order simulacra. Dialectics, use value. So this is very, very shitting on Marx, Baudrillard's favorite hobby. Dialectics, use value, the transparency and finality of production, the liberation of the unconscious, of repressed meaning, the signifier or the signifier named desire. So we're now shitting on like some of the Freud stuff and some of the psychoanalytic stuff and maybe even some of the Deleuzian stuff. and so on. All of these liberations provide the ideal content for the system to devour in its successive revolutions, and which it brings subtly back to life as mere phantasmas of revolution. These revolutions are only transitions towards generalized manipulation. At the stage of aleatory process of control, even revolution becomes meaningless. I'm so radical that I don't even support revolution. This is what he's doing, the more radical than thou. The rational, referential, historical, and functional machines of consciousness correspond to industrial machines. I love it when he just says shit. He's like, what do you mean? Like, this is why I like Baudrillard. It's like, he will just say some shit and not even attempt to, like, it's just a polemic. He's just like, yeah, you know how, like, this is just a industrial machine. You're just, like, applying the logic of industrial machinery to the unconscious or whatever. Or to history. In this instance, I suppose. He just said, and it's like, do you believe it? Like, source? And he's like, I don't. He's like, this is my fucking source. This is my fucking source. The aleatory, non-referential, transferential, indeterminate, and floating machines of the unconscious respond to the aleatory machines of the code. But even the unconscious is reabsorbed by this operation, and it has long since lost its own reality principle to become an operational simulacrum. I don't know what the fuck that means. At the precise point that its physical reality principle merges into its psychoanalytic reality principle, the unconscious, like political economy, also becomes a model of simulation. Okay, I think I basically understand what he's saying, which is shitting on psychoanalysis for effectively, by trying to map the unconscious, they have turned the unconscious into a simulation of itself. The systemic strategy is merely to invoke a number of floating values in this hyperreality. This is as true of the unconscious as it is of money and of theories. Value rules according to the indiscernible order of generation by means of models, according to the infinite chains of simulation. So this pretty much, yeah, that's pretty much what I said, right? Just like all of this modeling everything. Cybernetic operativity, the genetic code, the aleatory order. What the okay, I'm just going to be honest. What the fuck does aleatory mean? How do you even spell that shit? Oops, what did I just do? Dependent on chance, luck. Okay, I see. I don't know. Why didn't I just look this up earlier? Oops. Aleatory, dependent on chance, luck. Okay. Oops, I didn't mean to WQ. I just meant to W. The uncertainty principle, etc. Succeed determinate objectivist science. And the dialectical view of history and consciousness. Even critical theory, along with the revolution, turns into a second-order simulation, as do all determinate processes. Okay, so he's basically arguing against determinacy and for this aleatory view. The deployment of third-order simulacra sweeps all this away, and to attempt to reinstate dialectics, objective contradictions, and so on, against them would be a futile political regression. Okay, interesting. You can't fight the aleatory by imposing finalities. You can't fight against programmed molecular dispersion with prise de conscience. I don't know what this means. Bro, I'm like missing keys on every fucking awareness. Okay. And dialectical sublation. You can't fight the code with political economy, nor with revolution. All these are outdated weapons, including those we find in first-order simulacra in the ethics and metaphysics of man and nature, use value, and other liberatory systems of reference. So he's basically against this whole liberation notion and against this whole revolution notion. He thinks these things are outdated. Basically an anti-Marxist. are gradually neutralized by a higher order general system. Everything that filters into the non-finality of the space-time of the code, or that attempts to intervene in it, is disconnected from its own ends, disintegrated and absorbed. This is the well-known effect of recuperation, manipulation, of circulating and recycling at every level. All dissent must be of a higher logical type than that to which it is opposed. Holy shit, an actual reference. This is rare. Is it at least possible to find an even match to oppose third-order simulacra? Is there a theory or a practice which is subversive because it is more aleatory than the system itself, an indeterminate subversion which would be, to the order of the code, what the revolution was to the order of political economy? Can we fight DNA? How bro felt writing that. Certainly not by means of the class struggle. Perhaps simulacra of a higher logical or illogical order could be invented, beyond the current third order, beyond determinacy and indeterminacy. But would they still be simulacra? Perhaps death, and death alone, the reversibility of death, belongs to a higher order than the code. Only symbolic disorder can bring about an interruption in the code. So, just to sum up what we've just been reading, he's saying the problem with... this is a very, very... He's using a lot of flowery language, but it's actually a pretty straightforward point. He's talking about recuperation. He's talking about Che Guevara t-shirts. He's talking about how this order of revolution, this notion of revolution, of class struggle, of all of the signs associated with Marxism, that this is no longer fit for purpose, because it's already simulated, it's already recuperated, and a rebellion or whatever, a revolution based on dialectics, objective contradictions, and so on. This scientific, rational, deterministic principle is always going to fail against fighting a system which has already done away with all of this stuff. That something in capitalism has fundamentally changed, putting it above all of this stuff. And so you can't reinstate it. You can't go back and say, look at the real, look at the real, guys, look at because the real no longer exists. You can't fight the aleatory by imposing finalities. And I like that it's actually interesting that he's bringing up genetic code, because he's talking about mutation, random mutation in genetic code as a sort of biomimetic strategy, which I actually really like this. I'm going to write that down. Random mutation genetic code as a biomimetic strategy. So instead, to fight DNA, which is always randomly mutating, you can't do it by means of class struggle, because this is too rational. You have to use this reversibility of death, the symbolic order, to interrupt the code. Okay. And how are we going to do that? Let's find out. Every system that approaches perfect I fight DNA every day. Fucking real. Every system that approaches perfect operativity simultaneously approaches its downfall. When a system says A is A, or 2 times 2 equals 4, it approaches absolute power and total absurdity. That is immediate and probable subversion. A gentle push in the right place is enough to bring it crashing down. We know the potential of tautology when it reinforces the system's claim to perfect sphericity. Ubu Roy's belly. What the fuck is Ubu? Someone Google Ubu Roy's belly for me. Someone figure out what the fuck Ubu Roy's belly is. Chat, can we figure that out, please? You're my minions. You are my minions, and I give you tasks. I give you quests. My minions, I give you a quest. What is Ubu Roy's belly? Identity is untenable. It is death, since it fails to inscribe its own death. Okay, I don't know what the fuck that means. Identity is untenable. It is death, since it fails to inscribe its own death. Well, let's keep reading and see if he explains. Every closed or metastable functional or cybernetic system is shadowed by mockery and instantaneous subversion, which no longer takes the detour through long dialectical labor, because all the system's inertia acts against it. Ambivalence awaits the most advanced systems, like Leibniz's binary God, have deified. It's a surrealist play from 1896 which inspired Dadaism. Okay. Have deified their functional principle. I got it right the first time. The fascination they exert, because it derives from a profound denial, such as we find in fetishism, can be instantaneously reversed. Hence their fragility increases in proportion to their ideal coherence. These systems, even when they are based on radical indeterminacy, the loss of meaning, fall prey once more to meaning. They collapse under the weight of their own monstrosity, like fossilized dinosaurs, and immediately decompose. This is the fatality of every system committed by its own logic to total perfection, and therefore to total defectiveness, to absolute infallibility, and therefore irrevocable breakdown. The aim of all bound energies is their own death. This is why the only strategy is catastrophic and not dialectical at all. Things must be pushed to the limit, where quite naturally they collapse and are inverted. At the peak of value, we are closest to ambivalence. At the pinnacle of coherence, we are closest to the abyss of corruption which haunts the reduplicated signs of the code. Simulation must go further than the system. Death must be played against death, a radical tautology that makes the system's own logic the ultimate weapon. The only strategy against the hyper-realist system is some form of pataphysics, a science of imaginary solutions. That is, a science fiction of the system's reversal against itself at the extreme limit of simulation, a reversible simulation in a hyperlogic of death and destruction. I find this very interesting because this is, like, almost to a T, Nick Land, right? Like, this is accelerationism. This catastrophic strategy, it has to be something along those lines, right? And it's so interesting that Nick Land is not a Baudrillard guy, despite being so... Nick Land is like a materialist, right? This is the difference. The symbolic demands meticulous reversibility. Eggs terminate every term. Oh, we got a pun. We got a pun here. Eggs terminate every term. Abolish value in the term's revolution against itself. That is the only symbolic violence equivalent to and triumphant over structural violence of the code. A revolutionary dialectic corresponded to the commodity law of value and its equivalents. Only the scrupulous reversion of death corresponds to the code's indeterminacy and the structural law of value. Okay, we have notes here, which I'll read in a second. Strictly speaking, nothing remains for us to base anything on. This is a good quote. Just gonna put that quote there. Halbro felt writing that. All that remains for us is theoretical violence, speculation to the death, whose only method is the radicalization of hypotheses. Even the code and the symbolic remain terms of simulation. It must be possible to extract them, one by one, from discourse. Okay, fascinating. Let's read the notes. Where's one? Okay, from here. Death is always equally what waits at the term of the system, and the symbolic extermination that stalks the system itself. It is not that there are two words to designate the finality of death integral to the system, the one inscribed everywhere in its operational logic, and the other radical counter-finality inscribed on the system as such, but which haunts it everywhere. Only the term of death, and it alone, figures on both sides. This ambiguity can already be discerned in the Freudian death drive. Rather than an ambiguity, however, it simply translates the proximity of complete... Okay, this I have... What is Bro Talk yapping about? What the fuck does this mean? What the fuck does this mean, bro? What is this? What is bro cooking? Death ought to be understood as the real event that affects a subject or a body. Okay, so this is, he's saying what he means by death. This is actually important. Death ought never to be understood. I missed an important word when I read that out. Death ought never to be understood as the real event that affects a subject or a body, but as a form in which the determinacy of the subject and of value is lost. The demand of reversibility puts an end to determinacy and indeterminacy at the same time. It puts an end to bound energies in stable oppositions and is therefore in substantial agreement with theories of flows and intensities, whether libidinal or schizo. We're doing some... Yo, I know I was shedding on you, Deleuze, but actually we're all on the same side here, guys. We're on the same side here. The unbinding of energies is, however, the very form of the current system, which consists in a strategic drift of value. The system can be connected and disconnected, but all the freed energies will one day return to it. This is how the concepts of energy and intensity come about. Capital is an energetic and intense system, hence the impossibility of distinguishing the libidinal economy from the political economy. Oh yeah, libidinal economy is Lyotard, not Derrida. I don't know what, yeah. Of a system, and the impossibility of distinguishing capitalist schizes from revolutionary schizes. Okay, so he's actually still shitting on them. He's still shitting on them. See Gilles Deleuze and Felix Guattari, Anti-Oedipus. For the system is master. Like God, it can bind or unbind energies. What it is incapable of and what it can no longer avoid is reversibility. Reversibility alone, therefore, rather than unbinding or drifting, is fatal to it. This is exactly what the term symbolic exchange means. Okay, so it seems like what he's saying is, yo, Deleuze, you're thinking that you can counter capitalism by being schizo, but actually, you can't distinguish capitalist schizes from revolutionary schizes. Capitalism is already, you're like, oh, we can, and I think he's completely right about this, by the way. Like, you're saying, oh, the capitalist logic has been to think in this arborescent mode and whatever, but we can think in this, rhizomatic mode and be schizo, and that's how we counter it and free our desire. But what Baudrillard is saying is, no, capitalism controls the code itself. Whether you think in terms of, like, whichever side you choose, capitalism is already this energetic, intensive system. You're not radical enough, basically. All right. So what have we learned? Well, let's just keep going. Fuck it. Framework collapse. J-Reg spoke of this. I think he sometimes calls this implosion. Baudrillard sometimes calls this implosion. It's his sort of counter to revolution. That the only way, like, you can't have a revolution that takes a system to a higher level anymore. Right? This is now in the system's own logic. It is constantly taking itself to a higher level. It is revolution. Capitalism, although he doesn't actually call it capitalism, he calls it like the system or the code, because it's like beyond just capitalism. It's beyond just economics. But the system is itself the sort of subject of revolution. It has absorbed revolution. And so any revolutionary, I don't know what to call it, attempt, and any theory, revolutionary theory, is a pro-capitalist theory or a pro-the-system theory. Okay, the structural revolution of value. I'm going to need another monster for this. Hold on. Let me go grab a monster. I'm gonna go piss too, actually, while I'm standing up. I have returned, much like the revenge of the real. I think Baudrillard is an accelerationist in a certain type of way, but he he wants to. He thinks the problem with Marxism is and revolution is this idea of it basically being a continuity, kind of. Let's just keep reading. 1. The end of production. The structural revolution of value. If you hear this clicking, I'm just stimming with a fucking stimming toy, okay? You just gotta ignore me. I just have to do that. Saussure allocated 2 dimensions to the exchange terms of the langue, which he assimilated to money. A given coin must be exchangeable against a real good of some value, while on the other hand, it must be possible to relate it to all other terms in the monetary system. More and more, Saussure reserves the term value for this second aspect of the system. Every term can be related to every other and their relativity. Okay, this is going to be a problem for me because I am not very familiar with Saussure, so I feel like I'm going to miss out on some stuff that's probably important here. Excuse me. This definition is opposed to the other possible definition of value, the relation of every term to what it designates, of each signifier to its signified, like the relation of every coin to what it can be exchanged against. The first aspect corresponds to the structural dimension of language, the second to its functional dimension. Each dimension is separate but linked, which is to say they mesh and cohere. The coherence is characteristic of the classical configuration of the linguistic sign under the rule of the commodity law of value, where designation always appears as the finality of the structural operation of the langue. The parallel between this classical stage of signification and the mechanics of value in material production is absolute, as in Marx's analysis. Use value plays the role of the horizon and finality of the system of exchange values. The first qualifies the concrete operation of the commodity in consumption, a moment parallel to the designation of the sign. The second relates to the exchangeability of any commodity for any other under the law of equivalence, a moment parallel to the structural organization of the sign. Both are dialectically linked through Marx's analysis and define a rational configuration of production governed by political economy. Okay, so he's basically just drawing a connection between use value and exchange value versus these two notions of language, the exchange of terms in a language. Okay. A revolution has put an end to this classical economics of value, a revolution of value itself, which carries value beyond its commodity form into its radical form. Okay, now this is where it gets interesting, guys. This is where it gets interesting. This revolution consists in the dislocation of the two aspects of the law of value, which were thought to be coherent and internally bound as if by a natural law. Okay, he's put this in italics, so this is probably very important. Referential value is annihilated, giving the structural play of value the upper hand. Okay, so he's saying value no longer refers to anything real. The structural dimension becomes autonomous by excluding the referential dimension, and is instituted upon the death of reference. The systems of reference for production, signification, the affect, substance and history, all this equivalence to a real content, loading the sign with the burden of utility, with gravity, its form of representative equivalence. All of this is over with. Now the other stage of value has the upper hand, a total relativity, general commutation, combination, and simulation. Simulation in the sense that from now on signs are exchanged against each other rather than against the real. It is not that they just happen to be exchanged against each other. They do so on condition that they are no longer exchanged against the real. Okay, this seems important. Let's put that here. The emancipation of the sign. Remove this archaic obligation to designate something, and it finally becomes free, indifferent, and totally indeterminate, in the structural or combinatory play which succeeds the previous rule of determinate equivalence. The same operation takes place at the level of labor power and the production process. The annihilation of any goal as regards the contents of production allows the latter to function as a code, and the monetary side, for example, to escape into infinite speculation, beyond all reference to a real production or even to a gold standard. I think this is very relevant to our present day, right? That all of this massive economic betting is resting on complete fucking nonsense that has no bearing, no relation to real production, right? It's just that these fucking data centers and AI, which like just a complete speculative bubble, infinite speculation beyond all reference to a real product. These are the moments when you feel like Baudrillard is just so prescient. What the fuck did I just do? Oh, okay. The flotation of money and signs, the flotation of, quote, needs and the ends of needs and ends of production, the flotation of labor itself, the commutability of every term is accompanied by speculation and a limitless inflation. And we all have total liberty, no duties, disaffection and general disenchantment, but this remains a magic, a sort of magical obligation which keeps the sign chained up to the real. Capital has freed signs from this naivete in order to deliver them into pure circulation. Neither Saussure nor Marx had any presentiment. Presentiment? What is this? Presentiment. A sense that something is about to occur. I'm going to write that down. Oh, it's literally pre-sentiment. Oh, I get it. Okay. So, oops. I was in insert mode when I meant to be in normal mode. Neither Saussure nor Marx had any presentiment of all of this. They were still in the golden age of the dialectic of the sign and the real, which is at the same time the classical period of capital and value. Their dialectic is in shreds, and the real has died of the shock of value requiring this fantastical autonomy. Determinacy is dead. Indeterminacy holds sway. There has been an extermination, in the literal sense of the word, of the real of production and the real of signification. Let's see what the fuck he's saying. If it were only a question of the ascendancy of exchange value over use value, or the ascendancy of the structural over the functional dimension of language, then Marx and Saussure have already signaled it. Marx almost turns use value into the medium or the alibi, pure and simple, of exchange value. His entire analysis is based on the principle of equivalence at the core of the system of exchange value. But if equivalence is at the core of the system, there is no indeterminacy in the global system. There is always a dialectical determinacy and finality of the mode of production. The current system, however, is itself based on indeterminacy and draws impetus from it. Conversely, it is haunted by the death of all determinacy. Okay, I don't know. He's probably cooking something. Where were we? Oh, I think I've gone real far down. Blah 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 blah. I was on like page 49, I think. Holy. Okay, he's doing a whole political economy, damn. Oh, he's doing a lot of Marx. Oh, I'm excited for this. This is going to be hype. I'm excited for this. Okay, this is where we were. I indicated the structural evolution of the law of value in the term political economy of the sign. This term, however, can only be regarded as makeshift for the following reasons. 1. Does this remain a political economic question? Yes, in that it is always a question of value in the law of value. However, the mutation that affects it is so profound and decisive, the content of political economy so thoroughly changed, indeed annihilated, that the term is nothing more than an illusion. Moreover, it is precisely political to the extent that it is always the destruction of social relations governed by the relevant value. For a long time, however, it has been a matter of something entirely different from economics. The term sign has itself only an elusive value, since the structural law of value affects signification as much as it does everything else. Its form is not that of the sign in general, but that of a certain organization, which is that of the code. The code only governs certain signs, however, just as the commodity law of value does not, at a given moment, signify just any determinate instance of material production. Neither, conversely, does the structural law of value signify any preeminence of the sign whatever. This illusion derives from the fact that Marx developed the one in the shadow of the commodity, while Saussure developed the other in the shadow of the linguistic sign. But this illusion must be shattered. The commodity law of value is a law of equivalences, and this law operates throughout every sphere. It equally designates the equivalence in the configuration of the sign, where one signifier and one signified facilitate the regulated exchange of referential content. The other parallel modality being the linearity of the signifier, contemporaneous with the linear and cumulative time of production. That was a lot of words. That was a lot of words, guys. I'm kind of worried that I'm missing out on a lot with not my non-familiarity with Saussure. Is anyone in the chat happen to be a Saussure knower? They can help me out with this stuff, because I've never read Saussure. I don't really know that much about him other than the very, very basics. I think I watched one lecture on Saussure. And it wasn't a particularly long, or it was like an introductory lecture, so it really was only the very basics. The classical law of value, and now Marx I'm quite familiar with. The classical law of value then operates simultaneously in every instance, language, production, etc., despite these latter remaining distinct according to this sphere of reference. Conversely, the structural law of value signifies the indeterminacy. So it seems like what he's doing is he's basically saying, I used to call this the political economy of the sign, but that was a makeshift thing, and these days I'm calling it the structural law of value. The structural law of value signifies the indeterminacy of every sphere in relation to every other, and to their proper content. Also, therefore, the passage from the determinate sphere of signs to the indeterminacy of the code. To say that the sphere of material production and that of signs exchange their respective contents is still too wide of the mark. They literally disappear, and as such lose their specificity along with their determinacy, to the benefit of a form of value, of a much more general assemblage, where designation and production are annihilated. I'm kind of getting a bit lost here. Anyone else following along or getting lost? We might have to reread some sections. I'm hoping he starts to sort of explain himself a little more. The political economy of the sign was also consequent upon an extension of the commodity law of value and its confirmation at the level of signs, whereas the structural configuration of value simply and simultaneously puts an end to the regimes of production, political economy, representation, and signs. With the code, all this collapses into simulation. Strictly speaking, neither the classical economy nor the political economy of the sign ceases to exist. They lead a secondary existence, becoming a sort of phantom principle of dissuasion. Okay, so I'm quite lost. Yeah. So as I understand it, what he's saying is, I wrote this book called the For a Critique of the Political Economy of the Sign. I didn't realize how far things had gotten when I wrote that book. We're beyond this whole notion of political economies and signs, basically. Because these things have completely broken down. They are now, it is the end of labor, the end of production, the end of political economy, the end of the signified dialectic, which facilitates the accumulation of knowledge and meaning. It's all kind of GGs for this stuff. They only lead this secondary existence as a phantom, right? There's no use talking about that stuff anymore because it's too determinist. It's too deterministic. It's not aleatory enough. The system actually isn't using it. The system is this completely non-deterministic, random bullshit, fucking runaway process, and it just sort of disguises itself as occasionally a political economy or a sign-signifier dialectic. Or signifier-signified dialectic, I mean. I'd like it if he would like produce some evidence of this, but it's Baudrillard. He you want him to cite sources? No, he's just aura farming. That's all he ever does. At the same time, the end of the exchange value / use value dialectic, which is the only thing that makes accumulation and social production possible, the end of the linear dimension of discourse, the end of the linear dimension of the commodity, the end of the classical era of the sign, the end of the era of production. It is not the revolution which puts an end to all of this. It is capital itself which abolishes the determination of the social according to the means of production, substitutes the structural form for the commodity form of value, and currently controls every aspect of the system strategy. So he's basically saying capitalism has kind of abolished itself, or the capitalism that Marx saw has abolished itself, because it's become this simulated, non-deterministic process. That's what I can get out of this. I don't really understand all of this Saussure stuff. The historical and social mutation is legible at every level. In this way, the era of simulation is announced everywhere by the commutability of formally contradictory or dialectically opposed terms. Okay, hold on. I think I'm seeing perhaps some evidence. Perhaps he's going to explicate on what this actually means in the real world. Everywhere we see the same genesis of simulacra, the commutability of the beautiful and the ugly in fashion, of the left and the right in politics, of the true and the false in every media message, the useful and the useless at the level of objects, nature and culture at every level of signification. All the great humanist criteria of value, the whole civilization of moral, aesthetic, and practical judgment are effaced in our system of signs and images. Everything becomes undecidable. Finally, we're getting the penny, the other shoe drops. Finally, the other shoe drops. I can see what he's saying. The characteristic effect of the domination of the code, which everywhere rests on the principle of neutralization, of indifference. This is the generalized brothel of capital. Bro, he's just, like, he loves just writing shit, bro. He's the generalized brothel of capital. A brothel not for prostitution, but for substitution and commutation. How is that a brothel, bro? What are you fucking talking about? Okay, so this process, which has for a long time been at work in culture, art, politics, and even in sexuality, in the so-called superstructural domains, today affects the economy itself, the whole so-called infrastructural field. Here, the same indeterminacy holds sway. And of course, with the loss of determination of the economic, we also lose any possibility of conceiving it as the determinant agency. Since for 2 centuries, historical determination has been built up around the economic, since Marx in any case, it is there that it is important to grasp the... Okay, so I actually am starting to kind of understand what he's saying. What he's saying is, everywhere there's this commutability, where, like, you look at fashion and it's like you can't tell if something's beautiful or ugly. It's or rather, like, you don't know if a piece of clothing is beautiful or ugly until you hear the brand. Do you know what I mean? You don't know if it's hard to tell if someone's politics is left wing or right wing. The working class has this like right wing philosophy these days, for example. Until they it's hard to even figure out what either of these means. There are many people who have pointed this out who are centrists, for example, like a sort of horseshoe theory thing. But there are all of these bizarre tendencies, like tankies and even so-called MAGA communists and hardcore nationalists who are considered left-wing, and then on the other hand, right-wing populists who, whatever. And then in the mainstream of politics, you have these left-wing and right-wing parties who are like functionally hard to even distinguish from each other, right? You have these the Democrats and the Republicans, or Labour and the Conservatives in the UK, who are like both just sort of right-wing sort of, depending on which policy they're talking about. But for the most part, like the left-wing Labour is harder on immigration than the right-wing Conservatives in the UK, or all of this stuff where this is kind of breaking down. And the media, I mean, this is... we went through... you remember the first Trump term? There was that whole post-truth meme, or alternative facts. Like, this is completely broken down at this point. useful and useless at the level of objects, right? They're like NFTs, AI, like somehow they're like, I think AI is like this is why I'm such a big Baudrillard guy these days, is because he's so prescient to our present situation, right? Like AI is the perfect demonstration of this principle, that you have this object, which is these massive data centers, right, to power AI. And like all of the messaging, everything you see is that this is somehow the most useful thing ever invented, that AI is like impossibly useful to the point where it's about to revolutionize the entire global economy. Like this is this is what you see, is this notion. But then whenever you try and use it, it's fucking useless, right? Like if it's hard to even determine, there are a number of people who will go around and say AI is completely useless. I mean, we experienced this trying to ChatGPT something earlier, and it just made some shit up, right? But then on the other hand, I've done a bunch of stuff like computer stuff, like programming related stuff, where AI has been incredibly fucking useful, and it's actually like, especially Claude, like really knows its shit and can like doesn't hallucinate and produces the good outputs, right? And it's like, is this useful or useless? It's not only that it's useful for some things and it's useless for other things. No, it's like the entire notion of what it even means for it to be useful or useless is like breaking down, especially to the degree of investment that's going into it, right? Like, are these data centers actually useful that we're spending billions and billions, maybe trillions on? Is this actually useful? Who knows? Like, it kind of has to be for the economy to work out, and so it is, right? Like, was AI actually useful 5 years ago enough to justify this? Maybe no, maybe yes. Like, is it the case that the only reason AI is becoming something somewhat useful for us these days in certain niche scenarios, right? The only reason for that is because the market had at some point decided to bet everything on it becoming useful, and therefore it had no choice but to become useful. If the market had dismissed it as a gimmick, as a toy, then it would have continued developing who knows in what direction. I think this is a very astute point. It becomes undecidable. When you look at something, you can't differentiate. It's all commutable. You can't say if something is valuable or not valuable. You can't say if something is true or false. You can't say if something is beautiful or ugly. You can't say if something is left or right. Like, you know what I mean? And you have to sort of guess. And whatever. So the end of production. This is going to be interesting. I wonder what he has to say about this. We are at the end of production. Okay, it's a good start. Oh, I should probably write a note about this. You know what? I might just copy paste that entire fucking section. I'm going to do it. I'm just going to copy paste this entire... Okay, there we go. This is my note-taking system. Copy pasting paragraphs into my notes. In the West, this form coincides with the proclamation of the commodity law of value, that is to say, with the reign of political economy. First, nothing is produced, strictly speaking. Everything is deduced from the grace, God, or beneficence. Chat. What the fuck is beneficence? You're doing this for me. You know what? I'm going to do it. Okay, we're trusting AI. Let's trust Wikipedia instead. Beneficence in general means active well-doing. Duties of beneficence form a part of various... Oh, I see. Active well... So it's like actively being a good person. I'm going to just call it that. Beneficence. Actively doing good. of an agency which releases or withholds its riches. Value emanates from the reign of divine or natural qualities, which for us have become retrospectively confused. The physiocrats still saw the cycles of land and labor in this way, as having no value on their own. We may wonder then whether there is a genuine law of value, since this law is dispatched without attaining rational expression. Its form cannot be separated from the inexhaustible referential substance to which it is bound. If there is a law here, it is in contrast to the commodity law, a natural law of value. A mutation shakes this. A mutation. Here we go. But I like it when you start to see a through line of ideas. You know, like random mutation. This is a metaphor that's going to come up again and again, I suspect. A mutation shakes this edifice of a natural distribution or dispensing of wealth as soon as value is produced, as its reference becomes labor and its law of equivalence is generalized to every type of labor. Okay, this is Marx stuff. Value is now assigned to the distinct and rational operation of human social labor. It is measurable, and in consequence, so is surplus value. He's just going through Marx. The critique of political economy begins with by the way, the critique of political economy is the subheading of capital, if you're not aware. So he's referring to capital. Begins with social production, or the mode of production, as its reference. The concept of production alone allows us, by means of an analysis of that unique commodity called labor power, to extract a surplus value, which controls the rational dynamics of capital as well as its beyond the revolution. Okay, hold on a second. This is really, let's think about this. The concept of production alone allows us, by means of an analysis of that unique to extract a surplus. Oh, okay. So he's kind of making a little joke. He's kind of making a little joke about how when you read Capital, you extract a surplus from the system of capitalism itself, and that surplus is the concept that controls, what the fuck? Okay. I see. It's kind of it's just a little bit of a sort of meme joke phrasing. Today everything has changed again. Production, the commodity form, labor power, equivalence, and surplus value, which together formed the outline of a quantitative, material, and measurable configuration, are now a thing of the past. Productive forces outlined another reference, which, although in contradiction with the relations of production, remained a reference, that of social wealth. An aspect of production still supports both a social form called capital and its internal critique called Marxism. Now revolutionary demands are based on the abolition of the commodity law of value. Now we have passed from the commodity law of value to the structural law of value, and this coincides with the obliteration of the social form known as production. So we know this is an interesting part of Baudrillard. We no longer have production. I wish he would explain more what this means, but I'm waiting for him to do it. Given this, are we still within a capitalist mode? It may be that we are in a hyper-capitalist mode, or in a very different order. Is the form of capital bound to the law of value in general, or to some specific form of the law of value? Perhaps we are already within a socialist mode. What is Bo cooking? What is Bo cooking? Hold on, I need more funny images. Give me this image. Give me this. Perhaps we're already within a socialist mode. Perhaps the metamorphosis of capital under the sign of the structural law of value is merely its socialist outcome. Oh dear. An IQ too high? Are we already in? Is capitalism actually socialism? An IQ too high? I don't know what Bo is fucking cooking here, man. What is he cooking? Hold on. Let's try and fucking figure out what he's trying to say here. Because what the fuck what is this? what is the oh dear ... This is fucking crazy, but guys. The fucking oh dear ... Okay. Horseshoe economics. It's something, Bo. It's fucking something. It's the horseshoe saga of economics. It may be that, okay. The obliteration of the social form known as production. Okay, so I think what he's saying is that I'm not sure what he means by we here, because obviously, the social form known as production, I know he's critical of this. I'm trying to remember what I read in other Baudrillard books about this. You know what, let's just keep reading, and maybe he'll explain it. Hopefully. Let's pray. If the life and death of capital are staked on the commodity law of value, if the revolution is staked on the mode of production, then we are within neither capital nor revolution. If this latter consists in a liberation of the social and generic production of man, then there is no longer any prospect of a revolution, since there is no more production. This is what, like, what do you mean there is no more production? Like, I want you to fucking explain this to me, please, please. If, on the other hand, capital is a mode of domination, then we are always in its midst. Okay, that's somewhat reasonable. This is because the structural law of value is the purest, most illegible form of social domination, like surplus value. It no longer has any references. Within a dominant class or relation of forces, it works without violence, entirely reabsorbed without any trace of bloodshed into the signs which surround us, operative everywhere in the code in which the capital finally holds its purest discourses, beyond the dialectics of industry, trade, finance, beyond the dialectics of class, which are held in its productive phase, a symbolic violence inscribed everywhere in signs, even in the signs of revolution. Okay, I think that's pretty straightforward. The structural revolution of value eliminated the basis of the revolution. The loss of reference fatally affected first the revolutionary systems of reference, which can... Okay, hold on. I think I'm starting to understand what he's saying by this production doesn't exist anymore. Because what he's saying is, in the Marxist framework, production is the production of a concrete commodity, concrete labor power. That concrete commodity has its value in the forms of both exchange and use value. But that is no longer the case. We don't produce commodities which have use value on their own. This notion of use value has already been completely transcended. We don't worry or bother about use value anymore. Remember back here where there was no use value anymore. We couldn't determine. It was this whole thing. Right? We couldn't determine whether something was useful or not. And so, given that commodities no longer take this form where they have both use and exchange value, production in the Marxist sense also no longer takes place, because it is no longer doing useful labor to produce useful commodities. It is instead something else entirely. That's all. That's my guess. That's my guess. So we apparently have the obliteration, because we've passed from the commodity law of value to the structural law of value. We no longer have value determined by the commodities themselves, but it's as in where use value informs exchange value. Instead, there is only structural value, sign value, something along those lines. Are we still? Yeah. Okay. So. Then he's like, we're living in socialism right now. This is extremely funny. Oh dear, this is an IQ too high. This is crazy. If the life and death of capital are staked on the commodity law of value, if the revolution is staked, we've already read this, then they are neither... Okay. Wait, we already read this. Where were we? It no longer has any reference within a dominant class or relation of forces. It works without violence. Okay, because yes, it's all in the code. Okay, we read that. The structural revolution of value eliminated the basis of the revolution. The loss of reference fatally affected first the revolutionary systems of reference, which can no longer be found in any social substance of production, nor in the certainty of a reversal in any truth of labor power. This is because labor is not a power. It has become one sign amongst many. Okay, this is interesting. I'm gonna fucking put that in my notes. Like every other sign, it produces and consumes itself. It is exchanged against non-labor, leisure, in accordance with a total equivalence. It is commutable with every other sector of everyday life. No more or less alienated, it is no longer a unique historical praxis giving rise to unique social relations. Like most practices, it is now only a set of signing operations. It becomes part of contemporary life in general. That is, it is framed by signs. It is no longer even the suffering of historical prostitution, which used to play the role of the contrary promise of final emancipation. or as in Lyotard, as the space of the worker's enjoyment, jouissance, which fulfills an unremitting desire in the abjection of value and the rule of capital. I'm lost here a little bit. None of this remains true. Sign form seizes labor and rids it of historical or libidinal significance. It absorbs it in the process of its own reproduction. The operation of the sign, behind the empty allusion to what it designates, is to replicate itself. In the past, labor was used to designate the reality of a social production and a social objective of accumulating wealth. Okay. Even capital and surplus value exploited it, precisely where it retained a use value for the expanded reproduction of capital and its final destination. It was shot through with finality anyway. If the worker is absorbed in the pure and simple reproduction of his labor power, it is not true that the process of production is experienced as senseless repetition. What? Labor revolutionizes society through its very abjection as a commodity whose potential always exceeds pure and simple reproduction of value. I love it when he does this. He says a bunch of shit and then he says, today this is no longer the case. I could tell because this is all Marx. Since labor is no longer productive but has become... Okay, hold on. I feel like he might be finally explaining himself. Today this is no longer the case since labor is no longer productive but has become reproductive of the assignation to labor. Assignation. I mean, I can understand what that word means, but I don't know how to pronounce it. Which is the general habit of a society which no longer knows whether or not it wishes to produce. No more myths of production and no more contents of production. National balance sheets now merely retrace a numerical and statistical growth devoid of meaning, an inflation of the signs of accountancy over which we can no longer even project a fantasy of the collective will. Okay, that's pretty interesting. I'm getting something from that. This makes sense. I'm still not fully sure. Okay, let's keep reading. The pathos of growth itself is dead, since no one believes any longer in the pathos of production, whose final paranoid and panic-stricken tumescence it was. Okay. Today these codes are detumescent. Damn, we're learning a lot of big words today. Detumescence. Detumescence. Reduction or lessening of a swelling, especially of a swollen organ or part. Okay, let's get that. Nope. Reduction of swelling. Okay. These codes are detumescent. They're reducing their swelling. That's a very interesting language. It remains, however, more necessary than ever to reproduce labor as a social ritual, affectation, as a reflex, a morality, a consensus, as regulation, as the reality principle. The reality principle of the code, that is, an immense ritual of the signs of labor, extends over society in general. Since it reproduces itself, it matters little whether or not it produces. Okay, so I guess he's talking about non-productive labor here, right? He's saying, it seems to me that he's saying production has been annihilated. Why? Why do we no longer have production? Because production is this use of labor power, and labor power is a commodity which itself, in Marx, labor power is a commodity which has itself both use value and exchange value. It is purchased for its exchange value in the form of a wage, and its use value is that it is a unique commodity which can create more value than it costs, basically, which can produce more value, sort of. That's a bit of a simplification of Marx, but that's fine enough. I think that's reasonable for this reading. The problem is that labor no longer has this use value. It, just like all other commodities, has been reduced to merely its exchange value. It is no longer actually possible to determine useful labor from non-useful labor, or it's impossible to determine the use value of any particular parcel of labor value. And I think that sounds pretty reasonable to me. You look around, you see a bunch of people working really hard, but no one really knows what we're doing. We have all of these jobs that are like email jobs, where people sit in an office and move money around, and it's hard to really understand what any of this means and how any of this is producing value, right? I mean, this is a very common thing to satirize, like the whole what's that TV show called? Severance? You guys ever seen Severance? Like, that's kind of satirizing this whole concept where they're just sort of moving numbers around on a screen and no one even knows what they're doing anymore, right? It's hard to you can't determine what is useful from what is not useful. You can't it is commutable. It is commutable. Usefulness and non-usefulness are commutable. So because of that, this is where I'm a little confused. Production has been annihilated, I believe is what he said. Basically, he's saying that we're just doing these sort of ritual signs of labor, reproducing the like a labor as a ritual rather than because of any actual attachment to a real economy. I mean, that makes sense, right? Again, think about these AI data centers. The Dow is up 50K. You remember that fucking thing? Hold on, let's pull that up. What is it? I believe it's it.
Talking about Epstein today, this has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million, and Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. And none of them asked Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is the Dow is over $50,000. I don't know what it was.
The Dow is over, guys, the Dow is over 50,000 right now. Tell me that is not this. Okay? No more myths of production and no more... National balance sheets are now merely retrace as numerical and statistical growth devoid of meaning. An inflation of the signs of accountancy over which we can no longer even project the fantasy of collective will. Guys, the Dow. Guys, the Dow is a 50...
For 50,000 right now.
Okay, like, this seems pretty reasonable to me, right? So we have all of these indicators of the economy that are just completely disconnected from production. And when you look at production, what is it doing? What are we building? What are we spending all of our efforts doing? Are we actually doing production when we build AI data centers for something which we don't know if it's even useful? Are we, what do people do with their lives, right? They're doing all of this stuff, producing stuff that is of no use. Labubu's. Fucking Labubu's, guys. NFTs. Labubu's. YouTube videos, YouTube video essays, YouTube live streams right now. Being an influencer, being a TikToker. What jobs do people have these days? I don't even know. Being a waitress, being a programmer, whatever okay, but like you can't even determine whether this stuff is useful or not. Therefore, labor sort of doesn't come into play anymore other than as a ritual. Okay, I'm understanding now. This is what he's saying by production no longer exists. We don't have production in the Marxist sense anymore because first of all, a bunch of people are hardly producing commodities at all, such as the service industry. We're not even producing useful commodities. We don't have this industrial economy that we used to have. And secondly, to what degree things are actually being produced, they no longer have this use value that they used to have. And therefore, the labor that's going into producing them no longer has any use value or a determinate use value, a determinable use value. And so, this is no longer production in the Marxist sense. Okay, that's what he's saying. I'm understanding now. I should probably take a note of that. Given the indeterminacy of use value, brackets, and the move away from production of commodity, or from, what should we say? What should we call it? An industrial economy to service economies. Useful labor is also indeterminate. Labor power, the commodity, has no use value. Production is, in the Marxist sense, doesn't take place. Labor itself is just a ritual which only serves to reproduce itself as a sign. Okay, I think I understand that. Since it reproduces, it matters little whether or not it produces. It doesn't matter if it, it doesn't matter if it produces, it just tries to reproduce itself. Oops. Should I go back and 2x the whole live? You can just pull up the book, man. But you can also read my notes if you want to see what's going on. It is much more effective to socialize by means of rituals and signs than by the bound energies of production. You are asked only to become socialized, not to produce or to excel yourself. This classical ethic now arouses suspicion instead. You are asked only to consider value according to the structural definition, which here takes on its full social significance as one term in relation to others, to function as a sign in the general scenario of production, just as labor and production now function only as signs, as terms commutable with non-labor, consumption, communication, etc. Okay, wait, he's finally explaining himself, guys. Holy fuck, it took him 54 pages. So he's saying, like, this is actually an excellent, we have good context for this, right? On the left, there is often a stupid argument about productive versus non-productive labor, about Starbucks unions, baristas, and service industry labor, and whether or not it's really productive labor, whether they are really the proletariat, something like that, right? Whatever you think of that debate. Baudrillard is saying, the very fact that you have to ask that question, of is this labor even productive, is because labor itself no longer exists. It's only a sign, one term in relation to others. Production, labor and production are just signs. They're commutable with non-labor, with consumption, with communication. Your job can be to consume, and your consumption can become a job. When you log on to a social network, what are you doing? You're posting, you're doing production, but you're also doing consumption, but none of it's paid. But is it labor? But is it communication? Is it consumption? Is it non-labor? Is it a job? Is it, like, what is it? What is it? It doesn't matter anymore, because all of these terms are just signs. They're just terms. They don't have a reference in the real anymore. That's pretty good shit, Baudrillard. You took a while to get there, but I think I'm actually starting to understand what you're saying. Anyone else? Anyone else kind of pogging? Anyone else kind of pogging right now? A multiple, incessant, twisting relation across the entire network of other signs. Labor, once voided of its energy and substance, and generally disinvested, is given a new role as the model of social simulation, bringing all other categories along with it into the aleatory sphere of the code. It's random. It's random whether what you're doing is considered labor or is considered any of these other things. I'm going to copy-paste this. An unnervingly strange state of affairs. You can say that again, Baudrillard. You can say that again. It is an unnervingly strange... It's the strange world. This sudden plunge into a sort of secondary existence separated from you by all the opacity of a previous life, where there was a familiarity and intimacy in the traditional process of labor. Even the concrete reality of exploitation, the violent sociality of labor, is familiar. This is all gone now, and is not due so much, and is not due, and is due not so much to the operative subtraction of the process of labor so often described, as to the passage of every signification of labor into an operational field, where it becomes a floating variable, dragging the whole imaginary of a previous life along with it. This is, I mean, he's using a lot of flowery language, but he's basically just saying the same, he's just restating what he already said, but he's associating it with this previous life, where all of this stuff did have a reference to the real. It's kind of a zombie. Labor is kind of a zombie. Beyond the autonomization of production as a mode, beyond the convulsions, contradictions, and revolutions inherent in this mode, the code of production must re-emerge. This is the dimension things are taking on today, at the end of a materialist history which has succeeded in authenticating it as the real movement of society. Art, religion, and duty have no real history for Marx. Only production has a history, or rather is history. It grounds history, an incredible fabrication of labor and production as historical reason and the generic model of fulfillment. This is a pretty common criticism of Marx's history. The end of this religious autonomization of oh my god. Yeah, this is going to happen, okay? I'm going to be reading a lot. The end of this religious autonomy, it's a lot of big words, guys. It's a lot of big words. I'm very caffeinated right now. The end of this religious autonomization of production allows us to see that all of this could equally have been produced, this time in the sense of a stage production and a scenario, fairly recently, with totally different goals than the internal finalities, that is, the revolution, secreted away within production. I don't really understand that. To analyze production as a code cuts across both the material evidence of machines, factories, labor time, the product, salaries, and money, and the more formal but equally objective evidence of surplus value, the market capital, to discover the rule of the game, which is to destroy the logical network of the agencies of capital, and even the critical network of the Marxian categories which analyze it, which categories are, again, only an appearance at the second degree of capital, its critical appearance. In order to discover the elementary signifiers of production, the social relations it establishes buried away forever beneath the historical illusion of the producers and the theoreticians. Okay. Labor. Sorry. That's a good one, though. Labor power is not a power. It is a definition, an axiom, and its real operation in the labor process, its use value, is only the reduplication of this definition in the operation of the code. This is kind of fucking beast, guys. This is kind of beast. This is also quite similar to the concept of autopoiesis in the social systems theory of Niklas Luhmann. If you're interested in reading Niklas Luhmann, all of this stuff about reduplication of this definition of the this is all very, very similar to Niklas Luhmann and autopoiesis. It is at the level of the sign, never at the level of energy, that violence is fundamental. The mechanism of capital, and not its law, plays on surplus value, the non-equivalence of the salary and labor power. Even if the two were equivalent, even if salaries were abolished for the sale of labor power, man would still be marked by this axiom, by this destiny of production, by this sacrament of labor which sets him apart like a sex. The worker is no longer a man, nor even a woman. It has its own sex. There are 3 genders! Baudrillard says there are 3 genders! Man, woman, and worker. I know this is kind of a meme, but it's funny, so I'm writing it down. Guys, we've invented a new gender. Sex is a new gender. Oh, damn, we're getting into some interesting phrasing here. The worker is no longer a man nor even a woman. It has its own sex. It is assigned this labor power as an end and marked by it as a woman is marked by her sex, her sexual definition, as a black is by the color of his or her skin. All signs and nothing but signs. This is quite interesting. It's saying that, I mean, there's something to that. There's something to that. Also, this is definitely Baudrillard's agenda and abolitionist, right? We must distinguish what belongs to the mode and what belongs to the code of production. Before becoming an element of the commodity law of value, labor power is initially a status, a structure of obedience to a code. Before becoming exchange value or use value, it is already, like any other commodity, the sign of the operation of nature as value, which defines production and is the basic axiom of our culture and no other. This message, much more profoundly than quantitative equivalences, runs beneath commodities from the outset. To remove indeterminacy from nature and man is to submit it to the determinacy of value. This is confirmed in the constructivist mania for bulldozers, motorways, infrastructures, and in the civilizing mania of the era of production, a mania for leaving no fragment unproduced, for countersigning everything with production, without even the hope of an excess of wealth. Producing in order to mark, producing in order to reproduce the marked man. What is production today apart from this terrorism of the code? This is as clear for us as it was for the first industrial generations, who dealt with machines as with an absolute enemy, harbingers of total destruction, before the conforming dream of a historical dialectic of production developed. The Luddite practices which arose everywhere to some extent, the savagery of attacking the instrument of production, primarily attacking itself as the productive force, endemic sabotage, and the defection, bear lengthy testimony to the fragility of the productive order. Smashing machines is an aberrant act if they use the means of production. If any ambiguity remains over their future use value. Smashing machines is an aberrant act if they are the means of production, if, however, the ends of this production collapse, then the respect due to the means of production also collapses, and the machines appear as their true end, as direct and immediate operational signs of the social relation to death on which capital is nourished. Nothing then stands in the way of their destruction. In this sense, the Luddites were much clearer than Marx on the impact of the eruption of the industrial order, and today, at the catastrophic end of this process, to which Marx himself has misled us in the dialectical euphoria of productive forces, they have in some sense exacted their revenge. We do not mean to invoke the prestige that may attach to a particular type of labor when we say that labor is a sign, nor even the sense of improvement signified by the wage labor for the Algerian immigrant in relation to his tribal community, or for the Moroccan kid from the high Atlas Mountains whose only dream is to work for Simca, or for women in their own society. In this case, labor refers to a strict value, betterment, or a different status. On the contemporary stage, labor no longer emerges from this referential definition of the sign. There is no longer any proper signification of a particular type of labor or of labor in general, but a system of labor where jobs are exchanged. No more right man in the right place, an old adage of the scientific idealism of production. There are no more interchangeable but indispensable individuals in a determinate labor process, since the labor process itself has become interchangeable, mobile, polyvalent, and intermittent structures of absorption, indifferent to every object and even... Damn, this is a run-on sentence, holy shit. Indifferent to every object and even to labor itself, which understood according to its classical operation and applied solely to localize each individual within a social nexus where nothing converges except perhaps within the immanence of this operational matrix, an indifferent paradigm which identifies every individual according to a shared heretical or holy fuck, bro! Put a fucking pause in there! Jesus, man. What the fuck did I just read? I give up on this. I'm just gonna have to not know what this means. Okay, I can't. This is just words. Labor, even in the guise of leisure, like a primary repression, pervades every aspect of life in the form of control, a permanent occupation of spaces and times regulated according to an omnipresent code. Wherever there are people, they must be fixed, whether in schools, factories, on the beach, in front of the TV, or being retrained. Generalized and permanent mobilization. Such labor is not, however, productive in the sense of original. It is nothing more than the mirror of society, its imaginary, its fantastic reality principle, perhaps its death drive. Okay, that's fair enough. We got a lot to get through. We should probably start taking breaks. How long is this chapter? It's pretty fucking long. This is the tendency of every current strategy that turns around labor, job enrichment, flexi time, mobility, retraining, continuing education, autonomy, worker management, decentralization of the labor process, even the Californian utopia of domestic cybernetics. Your quotidian roots are no longer savagely ripped up in order to hand you over to the machine. You, your childhood, your habits, your relationships, your unconscious drives, and even your refusal to work are integrated into it. You will easily find a place for yourself amongst all of this. A personalized job, or failing that, there's a welfare provision calculated according to your personal needs. In any case, you will no longer be abandoned, since it is essential that everyone be a terminal for the entire system, an insignificant terminal, but a term nonetheless. Not an inarticulate cry, but a term of the longua, and at the terminus of the entire structural network of the language. The very choice of work, the utopia of a tailor-made job, signifies that the die is cast, that the structure of absorption is total. Labor power is no longer brutally bought and sold, it is designed, marketed, and turned into a commodity. Production re-enters the sign system of consumption. That is, okay, it was big, but this is good shit, guys. This is fucking good shit. Are you seeing this? Are you reading this? Are you hearing this, guys? Anyone in chat? This is some good shit. He's saying that rather than, in Marx's analysis, workers selling their labor to a capitalist, now capitalists are sort of selling the opportunity for work for us to a laborer. And they're saying, look, we can offer you a tailor-made job, a utopian tailor-made job, right? The choice of where to work. Oh, where are you going to choose to work as a high-valued laborer, right? We all sell you on our stuff, right? And even if you choose not to work, you have this where we already see the welfare state, right? In other words, there's no option to not be a part of this system. Everyone must be absorbed into this code. An initial step of this analysis was to conceive the sphere of consumption as an extension of the sphere of the forces of production. We must now do the reverse. The entire sphere of production, labor, and the forces of production must be conceived as collapsing into the sphere of consumption, understood as the sphere of a generalized axiomatic, a coded exchange of signs, a general lifestyle. You kind of see this with the... Okay, I'm not even going to try... no, you know what? I am going to try... Fachkräftemangel. Fachkräftemangel. Okay, we got there, maybe. Fachkräftemangel. Okay. The Fachkräftemangel. Bro, German is a fucking crazy language. The lack of people willing to work in the trades, so the supply-demand for employees/trainees is now inverted. It becomes a situation of work as a employment is itself a commodity that is sold on the market. So something along those lines. This is very interesting. I've never heard anyone bring this up before. And I've read a lot of Marxists, and none of them have pointed this out. This is really good shit. It's all collapsing under consumption. You consume your job, You consume your job like you consume any other commodity. In this way, knowledge, the sciences, attitudes, source, why not consider the attitudes of the workforce as one of the resources to be managed by the boss? This is true, that they do this. But also sexuality and the body, the imagination. The imagination is all that remains bound to the pleasure principle, whereas the physical apparatus is subordinated to the reality principle. We must put a stop to this waste. The imagination should be realized as a force of production. It should be invested. The slogan of technocracy is power to the imagination. That gets a fucking... This is a... Damn. Fucking how bro felt writing that. Work talk. Bro, this is so true. This is so fucking true. Work talk is an excellent example of this. It's all just an aesthetic. There's actually not only work talk, but actually something I heard about. There is this like trend on TikTok and so on of literally lying about being a Japanese salaryman and performing being a salaryman even though you're actually not. That it becomes a lifestyle, just like the lifestyle marketing of cigarettes or any other commodity. That all of this is just a simulated lifestyle. The same goes for the unconscious, the revolution, and so on. Professor No, this is better than peptides. This is every time since I ever come to the chat, I have to say something about peptides. It's extremely important that I straw man his entire ideology constantly. It's I don't know why. I'm just fucking throwing back monsters and reading Baudrillard, guys. True, all this is in the process of being invested and absorbed in the sphere of value, but not so much market value as accountable value. That is, it is not mobilized for the sake of production, but indexed, allocated, summoned to play a part of a functional variable. It has become not so much a force of production as several pieces on a chessboard of the code, caught in the same game rules. The axiom of production now tends to be reduced to factors. The axiom of the code reduces everything to a variable. One leads to equations and a balance sheet of forces, and the other tends towards mobile and aleatory sets, which neutralize whatever escapes or resists them by connection and not by annexation. Okay, so basically, if you try to escape the code, if you try to get out of this system where the totalizing code, that itself subsumes production, you are not annexed, you're not kicked to the curb, you are connected. This goes much further than Taylorism or the scientific organization of labor, but its specter marks an essential milestone of investment by the code. Two phases can be distinguished. The pre-scientific phase of the industrial system, characterized by maximum exploitation of labor power, is succeeded by the phase of machinery and the preponderance of fixed capital, where objectified labor appears not only in the form of product, or of the product employed as the means of labor, but in the form of the force of production itself. We got a Grundrisse reference. This accumulation of objectified labor, which supplants living labor as a force of production, is subsequently multiplied to infinity by the accumulation of knowledge. Quote, the accumulation of knowledge and of skill of the general productive forces of the social brain is thus absorbed into capital, as opposed to labor, and hence appears as an attribute of capital, and more specifically of fixed capital. That's interesting. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to add some text. Not this text. Hold on. I feel like I should add this text. And it should say... the clacking that you hear is me stimming. Sorry. Can I move this, please? I don't know what you know what? We don't need this. I'm concerned that people are annoyed by this like clacking sound, but look, I gotta play with my toys, okay? I gotta play with my toys. By me doing this, I am also just simulating reading, because I'm just producing images of me reading. In the phase of machinery, the scientific apparatus, the collective laborer, and the SOL, which was something like the scientific organization of labor, the production process has ceased to be a labor process in the sense of a process dominated by labor as its governing unity. There is no longer any original force of production, only a general machinery transforming the forces of production into capital, or rather a machinery which manufactures both the force of production and labor power. The whole social apparatus of labor is forestalled by this operation. The collective machinery has begun to produce social goals directly, and this is what produces production. Okay, so there's this code. This code is it's something that succeeded this pre-scientific phase of maximum exploitation. This is like early capitalism, right? This second phase of machinery and preponderance of fixed capital, where fixed capital includes the accumulation of knowledge of skill in the production forces. This is a part of fixed capital. This is actually such a fucking fascinating idea, that the accumulation of knowledge and skill in the workforce represents fixed capital, not a part of labor. It's an attribute of capital rather than and so all of this stuff, this machinery, scientific apparatus, the collective laborer, the scientific organization of laborer, this is no longer on the side of labor. It is on the side of capital, but it is rather something, the manifestation, where something produces both sides of production, right? This is what he's saying. It produces production. The whole social apparatus of labor is forestalled by this. The collective machinery has begun to produce social goals directly, i.e., the notion of scientifically organizing labor according to its skills and so on. This notion within the code produces the form which production takes. So production is just a appearance of the code. The hegemony of dead labor over living labor. Primitive accumulation merely accumulates dead labor to the point that I don't know what dead labor means in this situation. Chat? What's dead labor in this context? Primitive accumulation merely accumulates dead labor to the point that it can reabsorb living labor, or in other words, it becomes capable of controlling the production of living labor for its own ends. This is why the end of primitive accumulation marks a decisive turning point of political economy. The transition to the preponderance of dead labor, to crystallized social relations incarnating in dead labor, weighing down on society in its entirety, as the code of domination itself. Okay, here we go. Marx's greatest error was to have retained a belief in the innocence of machines, the technical process and science, all of which was supposedly capable of becoming living social labor once the system of capital was liquidated, despite the fact that this is precisely what the system is based on. Yo, someone tell Osaka about this. Someone inform Osaka of this. This is getting copy-pasted into my notes. Oh, dead labor is abstract labor. Okay. The pious hope springs from having underestimated death in dead labor, and from thinking that death is overcome in the living, beyond a certain crucial point, by a sort of historical somersault of production. Marx, however, sensed this while noting that, quote, objectified labor confronts living labor within the process objectified labor confronts living labor within the process itself as the power which rules it. A power which, as the appropriation of living labor, is the form of capital. This also becomes apparent in the formula according to which at a certain stage of capital, man, quote, steps to the side of the production process instead of being its chief actor. This formula, JB's emphasis is, I love calling him JB. Yo, I gotta start calling him JB. I gotta start referring to him as JB. This formula goes well beyond political economy and its critique, since it literally signifies that it is a matter no longer of a production process, but of a process of exclusion and relegation. Don't fully understand this. We must again draw out all the consequences. I have faith in Baudrillard, though, that if I don't understand something, you can keep reading and he will eventually explain himself. We must again draw out all the consequences of this. When production attains this circularity and turns in on itself, it loses every objective determination. It incants itself as a myth, while its own terms have become signs. Yo, what up, Cyrix from this lame PS1 game? We must have faith. Simultaneously, when this sphere of signs, including the media, information, etc., ceases to be a specific sphere for representing the unity of the global forces of capital, then we must not only say with Marx that, quote, the production process has ceased to be a labor process, but that the process of capital itself has ceased to be a production process. There we go. Boom. Fucking mic drop moment. An IQ too high? An IQ too high? How bro felt writing that? We got to tab between these from time to time. Guys, the Dow is over 50k right now. It's almost at 7,000, guys. And the NASDAQ, guys, it's smashing records, okay? The process of capital itself has ceased to be a production process. Like, it's right here. It's literally, you can just look at it. Baudrillard is just correct, and you could just see it in real life by the process of seeing it in a form of images, which is already more real than real life. With the hegemony of dead labor over living labor, i.e., as Fede Eco has pointed out, this is abstract labor over concrete labor. The whole dialectic of production collapses. Following the same basic schema as the central oppositions of rationalist thought, rationalists mentioned Tor's cabinet of curiosities in shambles right now. Truth and falsity, appearance and reality, nature and culture. All the oppositions according to which Marxism operates, use value versus exchange value, forces of production versus relations of production, are also neutralized, and in the same way. Okay, I'm kind of understanding, but I need a little more time. Everything within production and the economy becomes commutable, reversible, and exchangeable according to the same indeterminate specularity as we find in politics, fashion, or the media. The indeterminate specularity of the forces and relations of production, of capital and labor, use value and exchange value, constitutes the dissolution of production into the code. Today, the law of value no longer lies so much in the exchangeability of every commodity under the sign of a general equivalent, as it does in a much more radical exchangeability of all the categories of political economy and its critique in accordance with the code. I mean, this is just huge, basically. This is like a massive fucking mic drop moment. This is a revolutionary turn. All that, and perhaps even more than revolutionary, a catastrophic turn. This is a catastrophic turn in critical theory, really. All the determinations of bourgeois thought, or pataphysics maybe, rather than critical theory, if we were to take Baudrillard's word for it. All the determinations of bourgeois thought were neutralized and abolished by the materialist thought of production, which has brought everything down to a single great historical determination. In its turn, however, this too neutralized and absorbed by a revolution of the terms of the system. Just as other generations were able to dream of a pre-capitalist society, we have begun to dream of political object as a lost object. Now, even its discourse carries some referential force only because it is a lost object. Marx. On the whole, types of work that are consumed as services and not as products, separable from the worker, hence not capable of existing as commodities independently from him. Here we go, we're getting into Marx on the service economy. Are of microscopic significance when compared with the mass of capitalist production. Oh no. Oh no, Marx. You didn't know. He didn't know. Yo, we gotta bring up a new one. We gotta bring up a new meme image. Does he know? Does he know? They may be entirely neglected, therefore, and can be dealt with under the category of wage labor. Does he know? No, he doesn't know. He doesn't. Does he know? He doesn't. He doesn't know. He doesn't know, guys. This chapter of Capital was never written. The problem posed by this disjunction, which confirms that between every productive and unproductive labor, is utterly insoluble. Every Marxist definition of labor is split, but this was happening from the outset. In Grundrisse, Marx says, labor becomes productive only by producing its own opposite, that is capital. From which we may logically conclude that if labor comes to reproduce itself, as is the case today, within the compass of the collective laborer, it ceases to be productive. This is the unforeseen consequence of a definition which did not even consider that capital might take root in something other than the productive, precisely perhaps in labor voided of its productivity, in unproductive labor, somehow neutralized, where capital simply eludes the dangerous determinacy of productive labor, and can begin to establish its total domination. By misunderstanding unproductive labor, Marx concedes the real undefined character of labor on which the strategy of capital is based. I mean, this is like, he's already dead. He's already dead, Baudrillard. Stop punching him, man. He's already dead. Production for unproductive consumption is quite as productive as that for productive consumption, always assuming that it produces or reproduces capital. According to Marx's own definition, you always know that when a sentence begins like this, he's about to fucking something about to happen. A nuke is about to get dropped. There is a paradox here, which results from an increasing sector of human labor becoming unproductive without apparently preventing capital from consolidating its dominance. In fact, however, this is all rigged in advance. There are not 2 or 3 types of labor. Capital itself whispered these pedantic distinctions to Marx, while never being stupid enough to believe in them itself, always naively overlooking them. He is getting fucking mocked. He's getting absolutely mocked. There is only one sort of labor, a fundamental definition, in fact. And as luck would have it, this is the one that Marx let slip through his fingers. Today, all labor falls under a single definition, that bastard, archaic, and unanalyzed category of service labor, and not the supposedly universal classical definition of proletarian wage labor. Boom. Here. Bro, Marx thinks it's of microscopic significance. He thinks it's of microscopic significance. He didn't know. He didn't know that it was going to become the predominant organization of society in the future. And not only that, but not just service labor, but now we have all of these new strange kinds of labor. But, that one guy, that I don't really like him, to be honest. What's that guy's name? The Greek economist, quote unquote socialists, the guy that worked at Valve, the techno-feudalism guy, brain. Yanis Varoufakis, he calls this, like digital serfdom or something. There are digital sharecropping, I've heard it called. All of this, what we're doing right now, the labor, which is sort of productive, sort of unproductive, unpaid, but sometimes paid, all of that kind of thing. It's just demolishing this category of proletarian wage labor. This is not service labor in the feudal sense, since labor has lost the sense of obligation and reciprocity that it had in the feudal context, but in the sense that Marx indicates, in service, prestation. Ayo. Oops. Prestation. Oh my god, bro, I can't fucking type. Prestation. A payment of money. Okay, let's take a little note here. In service, prestation is inseparable from the prestator, an archaic aspect of in the productivist vision of capital, but one that's fundamental if capital is grasped as a system of domination, as a system of infeudation to a labouring society, that is, to a certain type of political society for which labour is the rule of the game. This is where we are, if we weren't already there in Marx's time. The reduction of every labour to a service, labour as pure and simple presence/occupation, consumption of time, prestation of time. We make an act of labour as we make an act of presence or an act of allegiance. In this sense, prestation is in fact inseparable from the prestator. The service rendered conjoins the body, time, space, and grey matter. Okay, what is bro cooking? Whether this produces or not is a matter of indifference as regards this personal indexation. Surplus value disappears, of course, and the meaning of wages changes. We will come back to this later. I already know what he's going to say about this because I've skimmed this book before. It's fucking dope shit. It is not, however, a regression of capital towards feudalism, but rather the dawn of its real domination, solicitation, and total conscription of the person. This is the tendency of every effort to retotalize labour, making it into a total service where the prestator may be more or less absent, but increasingly personally involved. In this sense, labour can no longer be distinguished from other activities, particularly from its opposing term of free time, which, because it implies the same mobilization and the same investment, or the same productive disinvestment, is today just as much a service rendered. Let's see what the note is here. Free time is, so to speak, a form of complex labour, in the sense that, as opposed to simple labour, it accords with the definition of service. Solidarity of the prestation and prestator, non-equivalence of a time of abstract social labour, non-equivalence to a wage which reproduces labour power. Marx would have been able to see this were he not myopically concerned. Damn, like, this guy just is fucking crazy. Marx would have been able to see this were he not myopically concerned with productive labour and the multiple distinctions which together tend to salvage the subject of history, the productive worker. Quote, the reification of labour power, driven to perfection, would shatter the reified form by cutting the chain that ties the individual to the machinery, writes Marcuse. Automation would open the dimension of free time as the one in which man's private and societal existence would constitute itself. Marcuse, one-dimensional man, blah, blah, blah. Instead of fantasizing over free time, Marcuse understood that the system, throughout the technical progress in automation, produces free time as the extreme reification of labor power, as the accomplished form of abstract social labor time, simply by being the inverted simulation of non-labor. Okay, so it's producing its opposite, basically. Non-labor is producing labor. Job training, qualification, education, etc. are other forms of complex labor. There is also a temptation to analyze them in terms of surplus value, of the reinvestment by capital of service, training, and research, of a constant capital superadded to the ordinary worker. Adam Smith writes, a man educated at the expense of much labor and time may be compared to one of those expensive machines. This is an error. Instruction, education, and training are not long-term investments. They are rather the direct social relation of domestication and control. Capital doesn't look for any complex labor in this, but indulges in absolute waste, sacrificing an erroneous part of its surplus value in the reproduction of its hegemony. Okay, so he's saying basically, like, free time is not like something nice that you have. Education is not some practical concern so that you can be a more productive worker. These are just direct forms of domestication and control. Okay, interesting. I wish he'd provide some evidence of that, but in classic Baudrillard style, he does not. Let's see, where were we? Nope. Still further back. Damn, we got so much to get through. There's no way we can read the whole book today, I've realized. Were we somewhere around here? We were somewhere around here, right? But yeah, I remember reading this. I think this is what we clicked, right? So basically, free time is a service rendered, which in accordance with any standard of justice should merit a wage. This is not absolutely impossible. Can I open this in a new tab? That makes it much easier. Paid employment already provides an example of this. 1 year of severance pay in France at the time of writing. In certain other countries, however, it has been replaced by a negative taxation scheme, which provides for a basic minimum wage for all, housewives and the handicapped, the young unemployed, to be deducted from eventual paid labour. Unemployment quite simply disappears here as a critical conjunction, with all the political implications it used to have. Labour becomes an option, while wages become a certificate of existence, an automatic inscription in the social apparatus. Capital still remains as wages, but this time in its pure form, freed from labour, as the signifier, following Ciccero's analogy, was freed from the signified, which was only an occasional content of capital. Okay. Oops. I need to pee, so I will be right back. Let me put my BRB text on screen. No, that's not my BRB text. There we go. Okay. Thinking about it, it's already been like almost 2.5 hours, right? And we've barely cracked the surface of this book. Like, I feel like this. For some reason, I thought I'd be able to read the whole book in one session, but this is a lot of stuff going through my brain. And my throat's starting to hurt from reading out loud so much. I'm not fully sure what to do here. Well, I guess I'll just read until I can't anymore. Until my eyes start to glaze over. But it probably won't be that much longer. I'm already starting to feel pretty tired. It's a lot of brainy big words. A lot of brainy big words going on here. Where were we? I'm enjoying this? Okay, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. Well, this will be part 1 then. This can be considered part 1 of the stream. In short, it is not only the imaginary distinction between productive and unproductive labor which is shaken up, but also the distinction between work and rest itself. There's quite simply no more labor in the specific sense of the term, so Marx ultimately did well not to write his chapter of Capital. It was condemned from the outset. Damn. Fucking shots fired, man. It is at precisely this moment that workers become agents of production. This slippage in terminology, such things have their own importance, ironically signifies the status of one who produces nothing. The semi-skilled worker was no longer a laborer but merely a worker, facing the total indifferentiation of labor, no longer struggling over the content of labor nor over specific wages, but struggling over the generalized form of labor and the political wage. The formation of the agent of production is accompanied by his liberation from the most abstract form. Much more abstract than the old semi-skilled worker exploited to death, the mannequin of labor appeared, the lowest common denominator, the dumbwaiter of labor's unreality principle. A pleasant euphemism. We no longer work, but merely perform acts of production. This is the end of production culture, hence the a contrario appearance of the term productive. This productive agent is no longer characterized by its exploitation, nor by its being raw material in a labor process. It is characterized by its mobility and interchangeability, by being an insignificant inflection of fixed capital. The agent of production, who designates the ultimate status of Marx's worker, who, as he said, steps to the side of the production process. Excuse my lip slapping noises. The current phase, where the process of capital itself ceases to be a process of production, is simultaneously the phase of the disappearance of the factory. Society as a whole takes on the appearance of a factory. The factory must disappear as such, and labor must lose its specificity in order that capital can ensure the extensive metamorphosis of its form throughout society as a whole. We must formally recognize the disappearance of the determinate sites of labor, a determinate subject of labor, a determinate time of social labor. We must formally recognize that the disappearance of the factory, labor, and the proletariat. We must formally recognize the disappearance of the factory, labor, and the proletariat if we want to analyze capital's current and real dominance. The chain store stage of society, or the factory superstructure, the virtual reserve army of capital, is at an end. The principle of the factory and labor explodes and scatters over every aspect of society in such a way that the distinction between the two becomes ideological. It becomes one of capital's traps for maintaining the factory's specific and privileged presence in the revolutionary imaginary. Labor is everywhere because there is no more labor. Labor now reaches its definitive, completed form, its principle, which supports and confirms the principles elaborated in the course of history in those other social spaces that preceded manufacturing industry and served as a model for it. The asylum, the ghetto, the general hospital, the prison. We're doing some good Foucault here. All the sites of enclosure and concentration that our culture has hidden in its march to civilization. Today, all these determinate sites are themselves losing even their own limits. They are spread throughout global society since the asylum form, carceral reform, and discrimination have begun to invest the whole social space, every moment of real life. All these things, factories, asylums, prisons, schools, still exist and will no doubt continue to exist for an indefinite period as warning signs to divert the reality of the domination of capital into an imaginary materiality. There have always been churches to hide the death of God, or to hide the fact that God was everywhere, which amounts to the same thing. Do you take ADHD meds or something? I can't seem to play game or watch anime, and especially new anime, for enjoyment. I wish I had ADHD meds. I think it would improve my life significantly, but no, I just rely on high quantities of caffeine. That's what I do. And it seems to work pretty well, but not that well. It depends on the day. Right now, here's the thing, is I have bipolar disorder, right? And so I sort of cycle between manic and depressive moods. And right now I'm in a manic period. I'm in a manic period, which is giving me the ability to do things like this. But when I'm in a depressive period, such activities would be impossible for me. So I'm taking as much advantage of my mania to focus it towards something that I think is cool, such as reading a book. They're not that good on Vyvanse right now. Bro, if I had fucking Vyvanse, I think my life would be about 10 times better. I really do. Imagine just being able to fucking, I don't know, man, do something. You could do something with it, and it would be cool. Just lock the fuck in, is what I'm saying. Well, I have Monster Energy. I got enemies, which is pretty close to Vyvanse. It would also help me eat less, which I think would be cool. Osaka said you used to take modafinil. The slightly weaker version of that substances are actually legal to import even in my country, so I'm thinking of trying them. I will neither confirm nor deny that I have taken modafinil in the past, but not with too much. If hypothetically I had, it wouldn't have been with too much regularity, and the experiments would have been largely unsuccessful, and mostly just to try and counter the effects of sleep deprivation during university, rather than during a period of full restfulness to try and enhance my focus. I would say mediocre at best. Also causes a headache, which makes it very hard to concentrate for me. But that's only for me. Your mileage may vary, or hypothetically for me, of course, all hypothetical. It is very easy. It is fairly easy to get various substances on the free market. That's a good point. It's also interacting with the free market is a terrifying prospect. There will always be animal reserves and Indian reservations to hide the fact that they are dead. That we're all Indians. What is bro, an IQ too high? What is bro cooking? There will always be factories to hide the death of labor, the death of production, or the fact that they are everywhere and nowhere at once. For there is nothing with which to fight capital today in determinate forms. On the contrary, should it become clear that capital is no longer determined by something or other, and that its secret weapon is the reproduction of labor is imaginary, then capital itself would be close to exhaustion. Wages. I think I had a very small breakfast. I had a breakfast of just a small package of instant noodles with no egg or anything. So the hunger is real. But this leaves me in a strange state. Wait, it's already 1. It's almost 2, actually. I'm considering making food. What do you guys think? Should I go? I want to make a carbonara because it's been a long time since I had carbonara. If you have jitters from caffeine, you should take L-theanine. When I'm hypomanic, I always take so much caffeine, but that's a matter of does egg come first or chicken? I already do? Okay, I have no more advice for you then. Carbonara is so good, bro. It's so fucking good. It's one of the best foods. And I realized it's been a while since I made one, so I went out and bought some pancetta. Unfortunately, guanciale is not easily accessible to me. I have used it in the past, and to be honest with you, I have used guanciale to make carbonara in the past. It's really not much. It doesn't make that much of a difference. In fact, I actually Sorry to any Italians watching. I think I might prefer it with pancetta. It is overrated. No, I agree. I actually think I prefer the pancetta. I do make, other than the switching out of guanciale for pancetta, my carbonara is very traditional. I don't use cream or garlic or anything like that, which is uncommon in the UK. The egg mixture is the main factor. It's true. Actually, I disagree. It's the pork fat. The pork fat is the main factor. Carbonara is basically eating pasta with mayonnaise or a béarnaise sauce. The sauce is primarily flavored by the pork fat, and the eggs are there as a sort of emulsifying agent. And the cheese, the pork fat and the cheese. Carbonara is basically an Italian version of a ham and cheese sandwich, is what I'm trying to say. It's the same flavor profile. Ham and cheese sandwich, pork and cured pork and fermented cheese, carbonara. Boom. It's also probably not even Italian. It's American anyway. And the original recipe included cream. So the traditional thing is nonsense to begin with. It was invented by Americans in Italy during World War II with their bacon and eggs for breakfast ration. Or they introduced bacon and eggs as a combination to the Italians, who no one knows if it was like literally an Italian guy or an American guy who invented carbonara, but it came about because of American troops in World War II giving Italians bacon and eggs. At least that's what I've heard. That seems to be somewhat reputable. Okay, you know what? I'm getting so fucking hungry talking about this. I'm just gonna go eat. Guys, it's literally, they're so high. They're booming, guys. That's what we should be talking about. I should put on something to entertain you guys, because it's going to take a little while to cook. Let's see here. What do I have that's entertaining? I don't know. You guys can just fucking sit here in silence and talk among yourselves. Bro, if you guys could see what the fuck I have cooked up, it is beautiful. It is the fucking platonic form, the platonic ideal of a carbonara. It is wonderful just to look at. Let's see how it tastes. God fucking damn, man. I nailed that shit. Jelly, you can just make one. It's just eggs and pancetta and spaghetti. It's about as simple as it gets. Let's watch something while we eat. Let's watch Northern Lion, fuck it.
Sorry, I was having a heated discussion in the Discord about whether Internet Girl is the song of the summer. I kind of like it. I don't know anything about the current K-pop consensus. I kind of just get exposed to whatever like my wife and daughter like to listen to. I fuck with Internet Girl though. I think it's cool that it's kind of abrasive. It's not summer yet? Well, yeah, no, it is summer from a music perspective. The song of the summer usually comes out in like February. Wait. I'm embarrassed I wasn't able to finish my Peloton ride today. The apartment closed the gym when I started. Well, okay, Joshy, first off, you don't have to apologize for that stuff. That's out of your hands. But you are doing it. You're putting a fine point on it when you say you didn't get to finish your Peloton ride. You put out 13 kilojoules and then dipped. So it's not like you got 72 minutes into the 90 and then bounced. It was like, you know, we're talking like 2 or 3 minutes into the ride. Are runners allowed in the Peloton discourse? The Peloton Discord channel is, I would say it's like 70% runners. And then 25% Zwifters and 5% people who own a Peloton, of which 1% of them ride regularly. At least ride regularly with the group. No exercise to Peloton, to Zwift, to running, to injury, to yoga, to stretching, back to running pipeline is real. Zwift is the good one. Zwift is the one where you can get banned for 30 days if you tell someone to shut up. Is that correct? Hart mentioned, yes. I think, wait, what did Hart say? Hart in the DM, they DM'd one of their friends on Zwift and said, pedal faster, you fucking donkey, or something like that, and got banned for 30 days. It's so crazy, man. Peloton's not like that. Occasionally, a middle-aged man, maybe like in his 50s or even as late as his early 60s, with a really like professionally shot black and white photo will join your ride, and you just kind of get weird vibes off of it. Sometimes they have their Instagram handle like in their username, as if like you would see this handsome ass, most interesting man in the world phenotype and be like, I'm gonna add that. Like I do think that there are, I think there's a.
It's very weird. It's fully weird.
Kind of use Peloton to cruise, one might say, just to do a little fishing, but you can kind of feel the vibes on that pretty fast, to be honest. Hello for Wine is a classic. I mean, honestly, I'm not going to say the world is a better place than it was like 5 years ago, because there's a lot of things we'd have to aggregate to make a statement like that. But riding the Peloton in 2022 was fucked up. The number of like political hashtags was out of control. That was peak like, let's go Brandon, back the blue on the exercise bike type territory. It was a fever dream, yeah. So someone whose username was just about like, please, like I will never get vaccinated and shit like that. We've come a long way. kind of. Just to be clear, Hart, I'm speaking in support of you. He said, you said, pedal you fucking donkey to other people. I believe that's true. Oh, he said it to himself. He told himself to pedal faster, you fucking donkey, and then he got banned. That's crazy, man. If I did say it to someone else, it would have been based, but I did say
Not only chronically online,
group chat.
but also
Crazy.
it's a chronically online community of only rich people because it's so
by the way,
expensive.
I think if you said it to a stranger, that's like highly offensive. But if you have a rapport with someone and you say pedal faster, you fucking donkey, I literally think that's being nice. That's called being best friends, exactly. My cycling club would not like it if I said that. No, well, it needs to be the right situation. If you were doing a Grand Fondo and like before the ride, someone was like, oh, I want to do it in, 2 hours and 6 minutes, and you got the 2 hours and you got 4 miles left, you might say, hey, buddy, pedal faster, you fucking donkey. Because this is a classic best friend situation where you worry that you have a seed of weakness inside of you and you don't want it to be watered by being placated by a friend who values, exclusively not rocking the boat before. That's why you tell your friend, hey, if I'm like lagging at the end of the ride, why don't you fucking kick my ass into gear a little bit? That's a good fucking friend. JMGS, by the way, we had a great ride this morning. Are you mad? I didn't even think about it. We had a great race that you won. But I said I thought I needed a rest day. It turns out I just needed an Art Donaldson. I didn't mean to paint myself as Pat and you as Art. I just meant like maybe we're both Art. I don't know. It's just the important thing is it was a challengers type dynamic minus Tashi Duncan, who is not a good person. I didn't mean to imply that I'm Pat and you're Art, but also at the same time, I don't know if it's worse to be Art than it is to be Pat. I mean, Pat's life is fucked up, man. He's sleeping in his car like the dude who invented bullet ball. Who's Zendaya, though? That's Tashi Duncan, man. She sucks. Tashi Duncan is fucking evil. Point. They should have said that shit. Everything is crab. Everything is crab when you're part of a team or whatever. This is Everything is Crab. It's the newest roguelite that's somewhere between a 6 to a 10. And if you're going to take that as an insult, it's literally a compliment. It could be a 10 for all I know, bro. It could be a 10. And it's not a 5 because I've been watching some people play it. Yeah, we'll play on Pressure 1. What's the crux of the game? It's a little bit Vampire Survivors-y, and it's a little bit spory. You play as like a little blob of material. You hit things and eat them. That gives you experience. That experience then allows you to level up and pick some traits. So you kind of like have control over the evolution of your little creature. Does this have the Cities Skylines 2 thing where it's like everybody who plays Cities Skylines 2 is obviously they're making a city with like mixed use residential towers with like commercial businesses on the bottom and then like a above ground rail system that connects everybody so it goes directly from their apartment to the library. Like what I'm asking you is, can you play this game as a vegetarian? Like can you play this game and be like, I am only going to eat apples. I'm gonna see how well I could do if I only eat apples. You actually can. That's actually kind of sick, to be honest with you. You ever get called boss at the shawarma spot? Don't make me lie to you, man. Don't make me lie to you. No, I get called sir. I don't get called boss. I want to get called boss. Don't get me wrong. I'm gregarious as fuck, man. Vegetarian progress plus 30%. The only thing I need to know how to eat fruit. How do you eat fruit and vegetables? Trees and mushrooms. They're on timers. Let's give it a fucking try, man. Oh, I got poisoned by the mushroom. I can see that now. Yeah, it's my fruit, I'm sorry to say. There's a new vegan on these streets. There's an alpha vegan here. Sporadically generates mushrooms around you. Cooldown 14 to 20 seconds. Sporadically generates mushrooms around you even faster. That's enormous for us. You literally killed your boy. Now you're dead. I got some mutagen. You're eating my fucking apples, bro! No shot. Go eat the other apples. This is my meat. I earned it. I gotta keep my eyes peeled for mushrooms. Because they're dropping, but I'm not always paying close attention to them. I see there's one up here. And one right there. I am worried about getting a mushroom that just basically stops us dead in our tracks. Or just kills us with poison, I guess. Help. Help me. No effects mushrooms still give XP. Yeah, but I can't. I need to be able to get to them, man. I need to be able to get to them. Even smaller. Don't die to poison. Holy shit. Maybe poison can't be lethal. Huge! What's wrong with my ears, by the way? Sure, man. I don't know. Spend on this. And then increase how often food drops are turned into health food. Then keep your eyes fucking peeled for mushrooms. Oh, the mushroom took away my ability to hear. I understand. And taking a staggering amount of poison damage. I eat this? Oh, you look like a vegetable. Spicy mushroom. Sporadically generates mushrooms around you. Huge. Each of your poison ticks can charm enemies, on damage, reduce fungoid's next spawn cooldown by 5 seconds. We definitely want this, man, because we're getting damage from every single mushroom we eat. You don't have beef with me. Like, there was meat there. He's literally just coming to kill me to be an asshole. But it's too late, bro. I'm about to eat something. Whatever, eat a little bit faster. We mostly just eat mushrooms, but I want to save my mutagen. I've been killed by poison. I died. I poisoned myself with too many mushrooms and died. Okay, we go again. That was interesting. I was stung. I drank the poison. Good ass movie. Honestly, I'll say something crazy. Might be Robert Zemeckis' best. If you're a Forrest Gump disrespecter like me, Flight's pretty fucking good. No shot? Well, what Zemeckis are you putting over Flight then? You gotta have a good answer. Surely you weren't just saying, you weren't just talking out of your ass. Back to the Future? I forgot he did that one, I'll be honest with you. I didn't know Robert Zemeckis did that. If I get level with you, I'm pretty much, I'm a huge Robert Zemeckis disrespecter. Almost entirely as a result of Forrest Gump. He does have some L's. I mean, I'm not ever gonna see Here, the movie about like a room, a place in physical space. Now I don't love. Oh shit! I love being close to the water. I sound like Kobe Smulders. I mean, did you see her fucking house, man? It looks gorgeous. I did. It looks awesome, right? It's a beautiful looking house. Average Vancouverite cabin. I'm sorry to say the average Vancouverite cabin is literally like a 410 square foot micro suite. But like, they will divide us or whatever. The staircase is so crazy. $4 million? Nah, man. Now here, we're on the flip side of it now. That place is literally like 25 million.
And we're back. What I think about Low Ugly Mane, I like Low Ugly Mane well enough, but I wouldn't say he's like my favorite or anything like that. So in the category of like, yeah, pretty good, it is definitely dystopian, panoptical, getting banned for saying something under your breath while exercising, for sure. Pretty fucking wild. Imagine if Northern Lion talked about anime and was called Eastern Lion. You know what I was saying when I was trying to learn Japanese was if there was a Japanese Northern Lion, if there was Norzan Dion, then it would be so easy to grind immersion. But such a thing doesn't exist. Japanese Let's Players kind of suck. Which is why they all watch VTubers, because it's like, if you're going to watch a shitty Let's Play, there may as well be a cute girl in the corner. Honestly, that carbonara was not my best. It looked great. It had great aesthetic presentation, but it was actually not so great, and I will tell you why. Number one, I added too much pasta water, so the sauce was a little more watery than I typically like it. Secondly, the pancetta, it wasn't undercooked like to an unsafe degree. Like, it was cooked through, but it wasn't. I didn't put it on a high enough heat, so it wasn't like nice and crispy, and not all of the fat was rendered. That was definitely. I mean, it wasn't bad, but it definitely wasn't my best ever. Cooking stream when? Also, I think that pancetta might just not have been very good. I bought a different brand than I normally get, just because it was there, and the other one wasn't. Yeah, maybe it was just not so good. Didn't have the same. I can't tell if it was the brand or I just didn't cook it crispy enough. Who knows? Anyway, back to Baudrillard. Cooking stream when? You don't want to see the fucking state of my hob. You don't want to see the state of it, man. It is, let's just say, not clean. Also, I don't have a webcam to, like, even do that. Wages. Labor, which in its completed form has no relation to any determinate production, is also without any equivalent in wages. Wages are equivalent to labor power. So I'm beginning to understand. Here's the thing. This is how Baudrillard structures an argument. Is he begins by just stating things, and then only afterwards he will try to explain what he means. So you got to give him time. Wages are equivalent to labor power only from the perspective of the quantitative reproduction of labor power. When they become the sanction of the status of labor power, the sign of obedience to the rule of the game of capital, wages no longer possess any such meaning. They are no longer in any proportional or equivalence relation at all. Let's see what this note is. The concept of surplus value has simply lost any meaning as regards a system which, from reproducing labor power in order to generate profit and surplus value, has now become reproductive of life in its entirety through advanced redistribution or reinjection of every equivalent of social surplus labor. From this point on, surplus value is everywhere and nowhere. Capital no longer has any incidental expenses, nor, on the other hand, has it any profit in the sense of a unilateral extortion. The law of the system requires that you give yourself up to its redistributions in order that it circulates and that each and every one caught in the tightly woven net of this incessant redistribution might become a manager, while the whole group... Is it a bee or a regular fly? That's a regular fly. While the whole group becomes able to manage its own surplus value, thus implicating oneself fundamentally within the everyday political order of capital. And just as viewed from the point of view from capital, surplus value has lost all meaning. It has also lost all meaning from the point of view of the exploited. The distinction between a fraction of labor returning as a wage and a remainder called surplus value has lost all meaning from the point of the view of the worker who used to reproduce her labor power as a wage, but now reproduces her entire life in a generalized process of labor. Interesting. They are a sacrament, like a baptism, or the extreme unction. Yo, someone Googled the extreme unction. Chat, what is the extreme unction? Which turns you into a genuine citizen of the political society of capital. Beyond the economic investment which constitutes the worker's wage revenue for capital, end of the salariat as exploitation, beginning of the salariat as the actionariat of capitalist society. The worker's strategic function slides towards consumption as obligatory social service. Well, I wish more people thought about this. The idea that consumption is an obligatory social service is so fucking prevalent in our society, especially among like artists and stuff. It is the other sense of the term investment, which brings it into the current phase of wage status. Capital invested the worker with a wage, just as one used to be invested with a charge or responsibility. But capital also invested the worker as one might invest a town, totally occupying it and controlling all access. The only Japanese Let's Play I liked was this Yukuri ones. I was a kid back then. It was massively popular for kids. Some 5 years of generation of Toho fans came from these videos of Yukuris playing Minecraft or something like that. That's true. I find those voices kind of annoying, to be honest with you. Yo, what up, Unim? We're reading Baudrillard. Baudrillard is playing on the French term investissement, used to translate Freud's Besetzung, rendered in English as cathexis. The French term covers the political and libidinal economic sense of investment, as well as the military sense of occupation. Okay. So it's a French pun. It is not solely by means of wage revenue that capital charges producers to keep money in circulation and thus to become real producers of capital, but more fundamentally by means of the wage status by which they are turned into purchasers of goods in the same way that capital itself is the purchaser of labor. Every user uses consumer objects reduced to the functional status of the production of services, just as capital uses labor power. Everyone is thus invested with the fundamental mentality of capital. I find them comfy, but that's because I grew up watching them. I find Voiceoid annoying because they're closer to human. VTuber I cannot bear to hear because they are literal human. Fucking real, man. Fucking real. On the other hand, as soon as wages are detached from labor power, nothing, not even the unions, stands in the way of an unlimited and maximal wage demand. If there is a right price for a certain quantity of labor force, a price can no longer be fixed on consensus and global participation. The traditional wage demand is only a negotiation over the producer's conditions. The maximalist demand is an offensive form of the wage earner's reversal of his status as a reproducer, a status to which he is condemned by means of the wage. It is a challenge. The wage earner wants everything. His method is not only to aggravate the economic crisis of the system, but to turn every political constraint that the system imposes against it. The maximalist slogan runs, maximum wage for minimum labor. The political result of this escalating reversal might indeed be to send the system into orbit, in accordance with its own logic of labor as enforced presence. For wage earners operate no longer as producers, but rather in terms of non-production, a role assigned them by capital. Neither do they operate dialectically, their interventions are catastrophic. The less there is to do, the more wage increases must be demanded, since the minimal job is a more obvious sign of an absurdity than that of an enforced presence. I don't know if I'm going to finish the book. I mean, I'm not. I'm going to end stream relatively soon. I'm hoping to maybe make it through this chapter. I didn't realize how much of a task this would be. For some reason, I thought I could do it, but it's a lot. Also, you're saying 60 pages in? That's actually, a lot of that is like the introduction written by the translator and stuff. It's actually more like 40 pages in. I did take a break to make myself a carbonara, though, so... Carbonara. How's my Italian pronunciation? The less there is to do, blah, 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 blah. This is the class that capital transforms in its own image. Even robbed of its exploitation, the use of its labor power, it couldn't pay capital too much for this denial of production, this loss of identity, this debauchery. The exploited can demand only the minimum, but lower their status, and they are free to demand everything. I'm a little lost here. I'm going to be real with you. The striking thing about this is that capital can follow into these fields with relative ease. It is not too much for the unions to make those wage earners without consciousness aware of the wage-labor equivalence which capital itself has abolished. It is not too much for the unions to channel this unlimited wage blackmail into the wholesome straits of negotiation. Without the unions, the workers would immediately demand 50%, 100%, or 200% increases, and perhaps get them. There are examples of this in the United States and Japan. What is Bo talking about? This same phenomenon arises in the developing countries. There is no upper limit to the cost of raw materials once they, outside the grasp of economics, become the sign and the gauge of the acceptance of a global political order. A peaceful planetary coexistence where the developing countries are forcibly socialized under the great powers. The escalation of prices then becomes a challenge not only to the wealth of the Western countries, but also to the political system of peaceful coexistence in the face of a single predominant global political class. Whether this class is capitalist or communist is of minor importance. What is Bo yapping about right now? What is Bo fucking talking about? I don't understand. Before the oil crisis, the Arabs made traditional wage demands. Petrol must be sold at the right price. Now, however, these demands have turned around and become unlimited and maximal. Okay, so what just happened? We gotta look back through this fucking section. What is Bo talking about? I didn't understand. I was hoping that he would explain himself, but he fucking didn't. Maybe he'll explain himself later. Alright, let's try and just figure out the structure of his argument here. Labor, which in its completed form has no relation to any determinate production. Okay, fair enough. Without any equivalent, wages are equivalent to labor power only from the perspective of the quantitative reduction or reproduction of labor power. I kind of understood this, right? He's saying that wages exist. The sign of obedience to the wages no longer. So yeah, wages are a sign of obedience to the rule of the game of capital, not some equivalence to labor power. I understood that much. They're not proportional. Okay, they're a sacrament. Yeah, I understood this, right? But this is what I was confused about, is when he starts talking about this maximal wage demand. Like, what is he saying? Is he saying someone eating a pizza just got off of a festival planning meeting? Oh, interesting. If there's a right price for a certain quantity of labor force, a price can no longer be fixed on consensus on global participation. If traditional wage demand is only a negation over the producer's condition, a negotiation over the producer's oh, I see. Offensive form of the wage earner's reversal of status to which he is condemned. Okay, so he's saying there's this maximalist challenge. I'm talking about the arbitrary increasing of the price of services taken. Perhaps that's what he's saying. Yes. This is the part that I'm confused about. I think what he's saying is, as service work comes to be the norm, and as average like labor hours lessens, which might be a bit of an outdated thing, it's actually easier for workers to argue for higher wages, because the less there is to do, the more wage increases must be demanded, since the minimal job is a more obvious sign of an absurdity than that of an enforced presence. Robbed of its exploitation, the use of its labor power, it couldn't pay capital too much for this denial of production, this loss of identity. The exploited can demand only the minimum, but lower their status and they are free to demand everything. What was this about? It seems like he's saying this is what we should do. I feel like this is a program. I feel like here he's actually laying out a program, which I'm so not used to Baudrillard ever doing that I just didn't even assume that that's what he was doing. You should have this maximalist reversal where you demand the highest possible wage. You demand 100% or 200% increases in wages. And secondly, you demand equal wages for all, the struggle against qualifications. They end the division of labor and seek the end of the law of equivalence in the field of wages and labor power, which is of fundamental importance. They indirectly target the very form of political economy. Interesting. Money. The homology sauceur step. I want to see. Okay, so this is where we are. We're in chapter 1. We're here. This book's pretty long. Secondary nudity. Planned narcissism. Incestuous manipulation. Phallus exchange standard. There's some... Yo, fucking Zhuang Zi's butcher. Death and Bataille. We got a bit of Bataille here. The extermination of the name of God. Well, it's a pretty long book. This is going to take multiple streams. The homology sauceur established between labor and the signified on the one hand and wages and the signifier on the other hand is a kind of matrix which can be used as a base from which to survey political economy in its entirety. Today, however, the contrary proves to be the case. Signifiers are severed from signifieds and wages are severed from labor. The escalating play of the signifier parallels the escalation of wages. I guess maybe in the 70s wages were rising a lot, because this is no longer the case. This is why I was confused. This seems like a rare moment where Baudrillard is like very outdated. Political economy as a language, longer, and the same mutation that affects linguistic signs when they lose their referential status also affects the categories of political economy. The same process ramifies in two other directions. Production 1. Production is severed from every reference or social finality. It then enters a growth phase. We must not interpret this growth as an acceleration, but in another sense as something which marks and brings about the end of production. This is characterized by significant divergence between production on the one hand and a relatively contingent and autonomous consumption on the other. When, after the crisis of 1929, and especially after the Second World War, consumption began to be literally planned, that is, took on the force at once of a myth and of a controlled variable, we enter a phase where neither production nor consumption retains any proper determinations nor respective ends. Both become caught in a cycle or spiral. They are overcome by a confusion propagated by growth, which leaves the traditional social objectives of production and consumption well behind. This process has only itself as an end. It no longer targets needs or profits. It is not an acceleration of product. So I think this, and then once again, like very prescient, right? Where like, we don't care about needs, and we don't even care about profits. We just care about growth now. New VN title just dropped. Incestuous manipulation. It is not an acceleration of productivity, but a structural inflation of the signs of production, an oscillation and proliferation of every sign, including monetary signs. It is the era of rocket launching programs, Concord, and total war strategies, of the proliferation of industrial estates, social or individual infrastructure facilities, training programs, and recycling, etc. Production for production's sake in according with a constraint of reinvestment at any cost. Reinvestment no longer operating as the rate of surplus value. The crowning achievement of this reproductive planning promises to be anti-pollution measures, where the entire productive system will recycle and therefore eliminate its own waste products. This huge equation adds up to zero, not nothing, however, because the dialectic of pollution and anti-pollution produces inchoate Inchoate, being in a beginning or early stage, incipient. I feel like I should have been taking notes about some of this stuff, but I didn't really understand it, to be honest. Aspirations to growth without end. This is very prescient, right? Sort of criticizing green capitalism and green tech as this sort of myth whereby the system will recycle and therefore eliminate its own waste products. And then it can get its inchoate aspirations to growth without end. But of course such a thing is impossible. Stock buyback programs, that could definitely be a thing. That could definitely be part of this. Production for production, but I don't know if that's necessarily it, because those aren't production for production's sake. The monetary, well, maybe it is actually, because it's also growth completely disconnected from production. It's definitely a related concept. This monetary sign is severed from every social production and then enters a phase of speculation and limitless inflation. Inflation is to money what escalation of wages is to the sale of labor power, and what growth is to production. In each sense, the same split releases the same burst of frantic activity and the same virtual crisis. The splitting of wages and the right price of labor power, and the splitting of money and real production, both result in the loss of a system of reference. Abstract social labor time on the one hand and the gold standard on the other lose their function as indices and criteria of equivalence. Wage inflation and monetary inflation, as well as growth, are therefore of the same type and are inseparable. I guess when Baudrillard is talking about wage, like this must have just been a thing in like the 70s or whenever. The energy crisis gives both types of inflation an alibi and a perfect deterrent in one go. From this point on, inflation as a structural crisis internal to the system may be plausibly blamed on the overvaluation of energy and raw materials by the countries that produce them. Disaffection with the productivist system, which among other things is progressed in the maximal wage challenge, may be counteracted by the threat of poverty, that is, by threatening the use value of the economic system itself. I see. I was thinking about buybacks as a way of increasing company value without actually producing anything. I think that's definitely a thing, but I think he's talking about something a little... that's definitely related. Purged of finalities and the affects of production, money has become speculative. From the gold standard, which had already ceased to be the representative equivalent of a real production, but still retains traces of this in a certain equilibrium, little inflation and convertibility of money into gold, etc., to hot money and generalized flotation, money is transformed Yeah, because he would have been writing not too long after the transition to fiat. Money is transformed from a referential sign into its structural form, the floating signifiers own logic, not in Levi-Strauss's sense, where it has not yet discovered its signified, but in the sense of that it is well rid of every signified, every real equivalent, as a break to its proliferation and its unlimited play. Money can thus be reproduced according to a simple play of transfers and writings. Here Baudrillard is prefiguring modern monetary theory, according to an incessant splitting and increase of its own abstract substance. I did not mean to do that. Hot money, a name given to Eurodollars, doubtless in order to characterize the senseless circulations of the monetary sign. Now, however, we should more accurately say that money has become cool, this term designating, following McLuhan and Reisman, an immense but not affective relativity of terms, a play sustained purely by the rules of the game, the commutation of terms and the exhaustion of these commutations. By contrast, hot characterizes the referential phase of the sign, with its singularity and the opacity of its signified in the real, its very powerful effect and its minimal commutability. We are right in the middle of the sign's cool phase. The current system of labor is cool. Every structural assemblage is, generally speaking, cool. While both classical production and labor, hot processes par excellence, have been replaced by unlimited growth bound to a disinvestment of the contents and processes of labor, which are cool processes. Okay, what is bro fucking yapping about here? Intensive but non-affective relativity of terms. Okay, that's what cool means, I suppose. It's cutting out. Oh fuck! Sorry about that. It's my microphone cable. Hopefully this fixes it. Coolness is the pure play of the values of discourse and the commutations of writing. It is the ease and aloofness of what now only really plays with codes, signs, and words, the omnipotence of operational simulation. To whatever extent affects or systems or reference remain, they remain hot. Any message keeps us in the hot. We enter the cool era when the medium becomes the message. And this is precisely what has taken place with money. Once a certain phase of disconnection has been reached, money is no longer a medium or a means to circulate commodities. It is circulation itself, that is to say, it is the realized form of the system in its twisting abstraction. Money is the first commodity to assume the status of a sign and to escape use value. Henceforth, it intensifies the system of exchange value, turning it into a visible sign, and in this way makes the transparency of the market, and therefore of rarity too, visible. Today, however, money sanctions a further step. It also escapes exchange value. Freed from the market itself, it becomes an autonomous simulacrum, relieved of every message and every signification of exchange, becoming a message itself and exchanging amongst itself. Money is then no longer a commodity, since it no longer contains any use value or exchange value. Nor is it any longer a general equivalent, that is, it is no longer a mediating abstraction of the market. Money circulates at a greater rate than everything else and has no common measure with anything else. This is pretty bold. This is a pretty bold statement from Baudrillard here. I don't think he's strictly speaking wrong, but I will say a lot of this stuff was probably novel at the time, but is pretty mundane today, being so separated from the disconnection from the gold standard. Was at 71, I think. And on the other hand, some of this stuff seems to be a bit outdated, like his focus on wage inflation, which isn't really a thing anymore. I don't know. We could, of course, say that this has always been the case, that since the first light shone on the market economy, money circulated at the highest rate and drew every other sector into this acceleration. And throughout the history of capital, there is a distortion of all the different levels, financial, industrial, agricultural, but also consumer goods, etc., according to the speed at which it circulates. These distortions still persist today as the resistance of national currencies, bound up with a market, a production, and a local equilibrium, to international speculative currencies testifies. It is, however, the latter that is leading the offensive, because it is what circulates at the highest rate. It is what drifts and floats. A simple play of flotation can ruin any national economy. In accordance with a differential rate of rotation, every sector is thus directed by this high-intensity flotation, which, far from being a baroque, epiphenomenal process, what is the stock market for? Is the purest expression of the system. We discover this scenario everywhere, in the inconvertibility of our currencies into gold, or in the inconvertibility of signs into their systems of reference, in the floating and generalized convertibility of currencies among themselves, or in the mobility and the endless structural play of signs. But we only discover this in the flotation of all of these of all the categories of political economy once they lose their gold reference, labor power and social production. Labor and non-labor, labor and capital, become commutable. All logic has dissolved, and we discover this in the flotation of all the categories of consciousness, where the mental equivalent of the gold standard, the subject, has been lost. That's funny. There are no more authorities to which to refer, under whose jurisdiction producers could exchange their values in accordance with controlled equivalence, the end of the gold standard. There are no more authorities to which to refer, under whose aegis a subject could exchange objects dialectically, or exchange their determinations around a stable identity in accordance with definite rules. The end of the conscious subject. We attempted to say that this is the end, that this is the reign of the unconscious. The logical consequence of this is, if the conscious subject is the mental equivalent of the gold standard, then the unconscious is the mental equivalent of speculative currency and hot money. Today, individuals, disinvested as subjects and robbed of their fixed relations, are drifting, in relation to one another, into an incessant mode of transferential fluctuations, flows, connections, disconnections, transference/countertransference. Society as a whole could easily be described in terms of the Deleuzian unconscious. This is just a quotation. Or of monetary mechanics, or indeed, in the Weismannian terms of other-directedness, which is already, unfortunately, in Anglo-Saxon, and therefore barely schizophrenic terms, the flotation. What the fuck is Bo yapping about? What does this mean, Bo? Unfortunately, in Anglo-Saxon, and therefore barely schizophrenic terms, the flotation of identities. Why privilege the unconscious here, even if it is the orphan and schizophrenic? The unconscious is that mental structure contemporaneous with the most radical current phase of dominant exchange. It is contemporaneous with the structural revolution of value. Strikes. Francophone diss. Yeah, what the fuck? Within a system of production, strikes were historically justified as organized violence for purposes of snatching a fraction of surplus value, or else power, from the opposing violence of capital. Today this form of strike is dead. 1. It is dead because capital is in a position to leave every strike to continue until it rots, precisely because we are no longer in a system of production, maximization of surplus value. Profits be damned so long as the reproduction of the form of social relations is saved. This is very fucking true. This is precisely what happened in the 70s in England. Like, this is a very concise way of describing Thatcherism. I'm gonna fucking put this down. Two, it is dead because such strikes change nothing fundamental. Contemporary capital merely redistributes itself, a matter of life or death for it, At best, strikes merely snatch only what, in the end, capital would have conceded anyway. So if relations of production, and with them the class struggle, fall into orchestrated... So I'm going to be real with you, by the way. I didn't fucking get most of this shit. This whole stuff about hot money and cool money and Deleuze... I kind of get this. I kind of get some of this. He's dissing Deleuze, sort of. But a lot of this was lost on me. I didn't really understand a lot of this. This is just ridiculous, to be honest. The fact that the mental equivalent of the gold standard, this is just, I don't know. I can't tell if he's saying something insane or something just like trivial. So if relations of production and with them the class struggle fall into orchestrated social and political relations, then clearly all that can intervene in this cycle is what escapes the organization and definition of class as a representative historical agency and a productive historical agency. Only those who can escape the swings and roundabouts of production and representation can disrupt these mechanisms and provoke, from the depths of their blinded state, a return to the class struggle, which may indeed mark the end of this struggle as a locus within the political. It is here that the intervention of immigrants in recent strikes takes on meaning. This intervention, however, is not exclusive of any group deprived of social representation. When young women, high school students, homosexuals, and even proles become savages, or if we admit that basically the unions do not represent them at all, but only represent themselves, then we all in like manner become immigrants. On the other hand, these groups might cease to be immigrants. There are then no immigrants as such, and they do not constitute a new historical subject, a neo-proletariat who would take over as the other. What the fuck does that mean? I'm lost. I'm lost, and I'm waiting for him to take us home so I can understand what the fuck he's trying to say. Generally, I found that sometimes if you keep reading, he explains himself, but sometimes he just doesn't. And I think we might be in a situation where he just doesn't. Because millions of workers find themselves, by means of the mechanics of discrimination, deprived of all representative authority, their appearance on the Western stage of the class struggle carries the crisis of representation to a crucial level. Kept classless by society as a whole, including the unions, and on this point, with the economic racial complicity of their rank and file, for the organized proletarian class, centered on its relations with political economic forces with the bourgeois capitalist class, for the this point with the immigrant is objectively an enemy of the class. What is he saying? Using immigrants as an example of people. Yes, I think he is. He's saying immigrants are kept classless because the unions don't represent them and they're not a part of this sort of rank and file working class. The immigrants play, through the action of this social exclusion, the role of analysts of the relation between workers and the unions, and more generally of the relation between the class and every representative authority of the class. They are deviant as regards the system of political representation, and of every authority who claims to speak in their name. The situation will not last. Unions and bosses have sensed the danger and have begun to reintegrate the immigrants as temporary full citizens, full-time extras on the stage of the class struggle. Yeah, I would say that process has been sort of completed by now. The autopsy of the unions. The Renault strike of March to April 1973 constituted a general repetition of this crisis. Apparently confused, uncoordinated, manipulated, and, in the final analysis, a failure, except for the extraordinary terminological victory that consisted in the replacement of the once taboo term semi-skilled worker with the term agent of production, this strike was in reality the beautiful swan song of the unions, caught between their rank and file and the bosses. From the outset, it was a savage strike, unleashed by semi-skilled immigrant workers. The CGT... What is the CGT? Confédération Générale du Travail, the the French Trades Union Congress. Okay. The CGT, however, had a weapon ready to counter this accidental war, namely spreading the strike to other factories or to other sectors of the workforce, thus taking advantage of the now ritual spring mass demonstrations. Yet, even this mechanism of control, which had been repeatedly tested ever since 1968, which the unions counted they could rely on for generations to come, let them down this time. Even the non-savage rank and file at Seguin, Flin, and Saint-Duville was sometimes on strike, and sometimes back to work, which is also important, without paying heed of the advice from their unions. The workers wanted nothing to do with whatever the unions won from management and put before them. Those concessions they drew from the workers in order to relaunch negotiations with management were rejected by the management, who then closed down the factories. Management appealed to the workers while ignoring the unions, and in fact deliberately forced the crisis in order to force the unions to retreat. Couldn't they control all the workers? The union's social legitimacy, and even their existence, was at issue. Hence the bosses, and all levels of government, adoption of a hard line. It was no longer a question of a test of strength between the organized, unionized proletariat and the bosses, but of a test of representativity for the unions, under pressure from both the rank and file and management. Such tests result from every savage strike over the last few years, sparked off by non-union personnel, rebellious youth, immigrants, the classless. The stakes at this level are extraordinary. The entire edifice of society threatens to collapse with the union's legitimacy and representativity. Adjudicators and other mediating bodies no longer count for much. Even the police are useless without the unions, if the latter cannot police the factories and elsewhere. In May 68, it was the unions who saved the regime. But now, their knell is being sounded. The import of the stakes is profoundly expressed in the utter confusion of events such as the Renault strike and May 68. And this holds good for student demonstrations just as it does for the Renault strikes. To strike or not to strike? Where do we stand on this? No one can decide anymore. What are the objectives? Where are the enemy? What are we talking about? The Geiger counters that the unions, parties, and microgroups used to measure the masses' readiness for combat are thrown into turmoil. The student movement is too fluid for the hands of those who would like to structure it, according to their own objectives. Don't they have any objectives? In any case, it did not want to become objectified behind its back. The workers went back to work without gaining a thing, while 8 days beforehand they had refused when they were offered palpable benefits. In fact, this confusion is similar to what happens in dreams. It betrays a resistance or a censorship acting on the dream content itself. Here it betrays something of vital importance, something difficult, however, for the proletarians themselves to accept. The social struggle has been displaced from the traditional external enemy of the class, management and capital, onto the internal class enemy, the proper representative authority for the class, the party or the union. These are the authorities to which the workers delegate their power, which is turned against them under the form of management or government delegations of power. Under the form of management or government Capital itself only alienates labor power and its product. Its monopoly is production. Parties and unions alienate social power from the exploited and have a monopoly on representation. Calling them into question is a revolutionary historical development. But this development is paid for by a loss of clarity, a loss of resolution, an apparent regression, the absence of continuity, logic, and objectives, etc. This is because everything becomes uncertain when it is a matter of confronting one's own repressive agency, of driving the unionist, shop steward, official, or spokesperson from one's own head. But the confusing character of Spring 73 indicates precisely that we have fundamentally located the problems. The unions and parties are dead. All that remains for them to do is die. Well, that happened. That already happened. Welcome, Naduella, by the way. This seems pretty straightforward. I mean, he's pretty much just saying, you know, the unions failed in May 68. We all know this. And now he's saying there was this thing in 73 in the Renault factory that was just kind of baffling, where there was a strike and the unions tried to negotiate, but the unions didn't really, the strike wasn't started by the unions, and so it was all kind of a mess, and then everything just sort of went back to normal at the end, but the unions had lost all of their credibility, I think is what he's saying. And that's because basically the unions no longer represent the proletariat, because the proletariat is often this sort of non-represented group of students and immigrants. The corrupted proletariat. The crisis of representation is the crucial political aspect of the latest social movements. In itself, this crisis may prove fatal to the system, and already we can see the emerging outline in the unions themselves of its formal overcoming, its recuperation, in a generalized schema of self-management. No more delegation of power, everyone will be fully responsible for production. The new ideological generation is coming, but it will have a great deal to do, because this crisis is intricately bound up with another crisis, deeper still, which touches production itself, the very system of productivity. And there again, indirectly of course, the immigrants are in the position of analysts. Just as they analyze the proletariat's relation to its representative agencies, they analyze the workers' relation to their own labor power, their relation to themselves as a productive force, and only to a few of them selected as representative authorities. This is because they have recently been extracted from a non-productivist tradition, because they had to be socially destructured in order to be destructured, in order to be thrown into the process of Western labor, and because, in return, it is they who thoroughly destructure the general process and morality of production which dominates Western societies. I'm not sure, this seems overly generalizing. It is just as if their forced recruitment into the European market provoked an increasing corruption of the European proletariat as regards labor and production. It is no longer simply a matter of clandestine practices of resistance to labor, go-slows, wastage, absenteeism, etc., which have never stopped. This time the workers downed tools openly, collectively and spontaneously, just like that, suddenly, asking for nothing, negotiating nothing, to the great despair of both unions and management, and started work again just as spontaneously, as a group, the following Monday. Neither failure nor victory. It was not a strike, it was just a stoppage, a euphemism which says far more than the term strike. The whole discipline of labor collapses. All the moral norms and practices that industrial colonization has imposed on Europe for 2 centuries disintegrate and are forgotten with apparent ease, without the class struggle, strictly speaking. Discontinuity. Latitudinarianism. What is Paul yapping about? Latitudinarianism. What the fuck? Indiscipline as regards working hours, indifference with regards to wage pressure, to surplus, promotion, accumulation, forecasting. You do only what you have to do, then stop and go back to it later. This is exactly the behavior that inhabitants of developing countries were reproached for by the colonists, who found it impossible to train the inhabitants to obey value in labor, rational and continuous time, the concept of saving wages, and so on. It is only by sending them abroad that the inhabitants were finally integrated into the labor process, and it is at precisely this point that Western workers started to regress more and more into the behavior of underdeveloped inhabitants. It is not that seeing the Western proletariat in the group of corruption constitutes a revenge for colonization in its most advanced form, importing manual labor, although one day it might have to be the turn of the proletariat to be exported to the developing countries in order to relearn the historical and revolutionary values of labor. There is a direct relation between the ultra-colonization of immigrant workers, since the colonies were not profitable where they had to be imported, and the industrial decolonization which affects every sector of society. Everywhere in schools and in factories we move from the hot phase of the investment of labor to the cynical and cruel execution of tasks. Because they have most recently left their savage indifference for rational labor, these immigrants, and the young or rural semi-skilled workers, are in a position to analyze Western society with the recent, fragile, superficial, and arbitrary collectivization enforced by labor, this collective paranoia which has spawned a morality, a culture, and a myth, We have forgotten that it was only 2 centuries ago that this industrial discipline was imposed, at unprecedented cost, on the West itself, that it has never quite succeeded, and is beginning to crack dangerously. It will barely have lasted as long, indeed, as overseas colonization. That was pretty good. That was a pretty good section. It seems I've just given up on taking notes. Strike for strike's sake. Strike for strike's sake is the true condition of the contemporary struggle. Unmotivated, with neither objective nor political referent, it is the oppositional response adopted against a production which is also unmotivated, and neither a referent nor a social use value nor any other finality than its own production for production's sake. In short, a system which has become openly only a system of reproduction, revolving around itself in a gigantic tautology of the labor process. Strike for strike's sake is the new complementary tautology. Strike for strike's sake is the new complementary for tautology. But since it unveils a new form of capital corresponding to the final stage of the law of value, it is also subversive. Strikes have at least ceased to be a means, and only a means, of putting pressure on the relation of political forces in the power game. It becomes an end. Even on their own ground, they negate, by means of a radical parody, the sort of finality without end that production has become. Finality without end is a fun little phrase. In production for production's sake, there is no more waste. We have no use for this term, which means something only in a restricted utilitarian economy. It relies on a pious critique of the system. Concorde, the space program, etc., are not a waste of resources. On the contrary, since the system, having reached this high point of objective futility, produces and reproduces labor itself. Besides, this is precisely what everyone, including the workers and the unions, demands of it. Everything revolves around jobs. The social matter is just a matter of job creation. And in order to keep their jobs, the British unions are prepared to transform Concorde into a supersonic bomber. What is bro yapping about? Inflation or unemployment? Long live inflation. Labor, like social security, has come to just be another consumer good to be distributed throughout society. The enormous paradox is that the less labor becomes a productive force, the more it becomes a product. This is not the least important characteristic of the current mutations of the capitalist system, the revolution from the specific stage of production to the stage of reproduction. It has less and less need of labor power in order to function and grow, while there are increasing demands on it to produce more and more labor. Okay, this kind of harkens back to some shit he was saying earlier. Corresponding to the absurd circularity of a system where one labors only to produce more labor is the demand for strike's sake. At any rate, this is the point at which the majority of protest strikes have today come to an end. Pay us for the days we are on strike basically means pay us in order that we may reproduce strikes for strike's sake. This is the reversal of the absurdity of the system in general. Today, all products, labor included, are beyond use and futility. There is no more productive labor, only reproductive labor. In the same way, there is no productive or unproductive consumption, only a reproductive consumption. Labor is as productive as labor. Factory labor as unproductive as leisure or the service industries. It is irrelevant what formula we use. This indifference precisely marks the phase of the completion of political economy. Everyone is reproductive. That is, everyone has lost the concrete finality which once marked them out from one another. Nobody produces anymore. Production is dead. Long live reproduction. I gave your mom some reproduction last night. My jaw is getting tired from talking so much and eating spaghetti. How much longer is this fucking chapter, bro? Hold on. Let's open a new tab by pressing 20 and then going to the top. It's not even here. It doesn't even exist. Alright, I think I'm going to end stream. I think we're going to end stream at the genealogy of production, because it's been fucking 4 hours. And that seems like a good time to end stream to me. Thanks for the stream. No worries, it was more of a way to just force myself to read this book that I've been putting off for a while. The genealogy of production. I guess I'll stream more of the book when I read more of it. I don't know if I'll keep streaming from here. Is there a bookmark feature in this? Add signature, comment, draw. Whatever. Well, I'll just do a little drawing here. There you go. There he is. Alright, see you guys around.